It's in the inside. Dominique Dean of St. Augustine's College, followed by Bailey Major, Tamia Taylor, as they go down the back straightaway here. It is 107 that they're chasing. This is Major Dean Taylor as they enter into the turn here. Hurdle number 5. That is Bailey Major. As she goes to hurdle number 6, it's Major and Dean Taylor as they come around into the home straightaway here. It is still in command, Dominique Dean, as she enters into the straightaway. 100 meters to go. It's all Dominique Dean, following by Major. It's Major Dean. It's Major Dean as she comes over here. Last hurdle to go, 40 meters in to the line. It is Dominique Dean.
Anton, could we possibly come this way some more because the sun directly in my eye? My background be on fire. Okay. I mean, you could stand in the cool and tell me really.
Our next field event about to get underway is the boys under 17 high jump. National high school record is 1.90 meters on November 4th, 2016 by Sean Miller. The Carifta qualifying standard is 1.85 meters. The national high school qualification is 1.76 meters. The area athletes competing in this event: Anthony Sweeting, Aquinas College; Alvarado Ferguson, 8 Mile Rock; Carmelo Roll, South Andrews High School; Jared Thompson, C.C. Sweeting; Sean Saunders, Jack Hayward; Carlin Archer, St. Augustine's College; Brian Ceslian, C.I. Gibson; Damian Bryce, St. Augustine's College; Kenny Moxie, Queens College; Alexiano Penn, F.E. Stevens; Leonardo Kelly, 8 Mile Rock; Natavian Charlton, 8 Mile Rock; Elijah Colley, A.F. Adley; Kenyon Johnson, Kingsway Academy; Kamani Davis, D.W. Davis; Jared Thompson, jumping unattached; Jeffrey Taylor, St. Anne's School; Kieran Waldron, Doris Johnson; Claudius Burrows, Tabernacle Baptist; Joshua Williams, Tabernacle Baptist; and Eris Pratt, St. George's. Those are your jumpers for the under 17 boys high jump finals about to get underway. The next track event will be the under 20 girls 400-meter hurdles. Coming up soon.
Welcome to the 2023 Carifta Trials and National High School Championships, brought to you by the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Culture. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Chris Saunders, joined by Ricardo Lightborn. And Ricardo, we're expecting a lot of excitement here today, especially with so much on the line in the 4 hurdles and the 200 semis.
The morning sessions went exceptionally well, and the afternoon will be even greater. My major concern, though, is you got a gust of wind today, which may hamper in terms of some of the actual times that's going to be recorded. But the bottom line is, this is 2 meets in 1. These kids are here to perform. They will show their best on the track and in the field for you today.
All right, we still got a lot coming on. We're also a third member of our crew here today. Jay Philippe is standing trackside. Jay.
Yes, you guys would have mentioned the heat in the 400-meter went this morning. We now have the finals in the 400-meter hurdles, also the 200-meter semifinals later on this afternoon. So we'll have all the action with the winners from the various high schools and all the qualifiers that would have met the qualifying standards at this year's Carifta Trials and National High School Championships. Back to you guys.
All right, Jay, thanks a lot. We're just about 24 hours away from them actually having to start to decide who will make up that contingent that will represent the Bahamas here in just under 2 weeks for the Carifta Track and Field Championships that will celebrate 50 years of our independence, 50 years of Carifta, 50 years of everything that's going on. So a lot is on the line for these kids out here when they're running.
A lot, because once they put the names into the record books, it's going to be historic for them, and they will always remember that they were a part of this experience. And I think that's what this is about, and you will never forget. 50 years, I've got 47, I give them 3. We don't say it. Okay, don't say it. We're going to have ourselves a great afternoon.
We're going to have a great afternoon, but we had a great morning as well. Let's take a look at some of those highlights from this morning. So a lot of excitement early today, but we're getting ready for live action back out here at the National Stadium. The girls' 400-meter hurdles final for under 20 in lane 1. Mary Newell from Doris Johnson, unattached. Tiana Culmer in lane 3. Antonesia Moultrie in lane 4. Kendira Monroe from Temple Christian, representing QC in lane 5 is Kenise Major. In lane 6, Aiden Bullard. And in lane 7, Markel Newbold from CV Bethel. And in lane 8, Janae Pinder from Sunland Baptist. This is one of those really grueling events because, again, you not only need speed, but you need some sort of technicality in it. It's not just a running. You can almost see them stuttering sometimes coming up to the hurdle, but going out very easily. It looks as if that is
Major
yep.
from QC,
from
Queens
QC,
College.
going out there very quickly.
And there is a stumble there at the hurdles, but also keep in mind and watch very, very carefully from St. Augustine's College. Making a good move is Moultrie,
Yep.
who looks very, very strong, and she's got very long legs. Now, this is when it begins to hurt, where you're now trying to get over those last 2 sets of hurdles and able to get to the finish line. And the legs, everything is hurting. And now it's a dash, a mad dash to the finish line. Here's where strength and endurance. And from St. Augustine's College,
Antonesia Moultrie.
Moultrie.
And again, I think she ran a very tactical race there. She knew that she may not have had the technique getting over the hurdles, but she used that foot speed there the last 20, 30 meters to get there and pick up the win.
big win for her. Congratulations. A windy day. There's wind also at the back, but once they get up into the 150 mark, the wind will turn around and it becomes somewhat hazardous, but the bottom line is a very good run there for our hurdlers here in the first event of the afternoon.
Yeah, as you see there, very quickly out was Kenise Major from QC. She dominated. If you see right now, way back in the pack is Miss Moultrie. She's just taking her time. She's moving up very slowly. A fumble there from, I think that was Doris Johnson's is Mary Newell. But right here, Moultrie just completely relaxed, coming over the second to last hurdle. She's just pacing her way to get there. Kenise Major put up a fight to try to keep her off after this last hurdle here, but you could clearly see that Annie, when she came over that last hurdle, she knew that it was a foot race for her to get there to the end and pick up the win. Her time, 108.60, an improvement from her time this morning of 110.09, shy of the Carifta qualifying time of 102.71, but she may have some options, some work, but then also some options maybe later on, because she is in the under 20 division, and I think she is just at the very bottom of that division. You're looking at live pictures of the under 17 boys high jump. Not quite sure what height they are at, but we'll have to see as that competition gets going. Presumably, they will start to change the hurdles for the under 17 boys as they move it up incrementally, and that's why you saw the girls go back to back. Joining us here today is Nejmi Burnside. He is a Carifta bronze medalist from 2010 in the Cayman Islands, and also a Pan Am bronze medalist. I think that was in Venezuela.
That was Dominican Republic.
In DR, that's where it was. I remember the bronze medal. So both in the 400 hurdles. So you're going to give us a little bit of insight on this. Looking at it, how do you think that everybody is approaching these hurdles? What is the tactical thought going after these?
Hurdles is kind of like the most painful dance you can think of. You have to have a lot of rhythm. You have to have endurance. You have to have speed. It might be the most painful thing you could do outside of the 800. So I think a lot of the athletes just need to focus on possibly landing the foot where they need it to be in order to get over the hurdle, not focus too much on getting so close to the hurdle, but just make sure they keep the rhythm going so it doesn't throw anything off in the end.
Were you surprised by Miss Moultrie's tactic there to just hang around until the last hurdle and hit that foot speed to pick up the win?
I mean, some people have different techniques. Some people they can get out fast and hold it. Some people kick at the end. It just depends on your rhythm and the style of race that you run. But I think for her, it was good because she was able to hold on a little bit longer than the other athlete.
All right, so we still have the under 17 boys 400 hurdles final and the under 20 boys 400 finals, but you are looking at live pictures of the boys high jump. Not quite, for under 17 boys high jump, not quite sure what height they are at, but I think that's Damian Bryce, who is jumping right now for St. Augustine's College.
Because
I
they
think-
do have a full field.
Yeah.
In terms of the athletes and so there. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to do our best to get to all of the events as we'll be moving back and forth so you can see your favorite athletes. Some we may miss, but we're going to do our best and try to get there and make sure that everybody gets a chance to see their athletes participate in the competition here today. And that's Brian over there, and he was not able to clear that height. And now we take a wide shot of the young men getting ready for the hurdles. And Burnside said something very, very important. The steps in between the hurdles, for you, how many did you look at, and how do you see yourself matching up to what we see here today?
You know, a lot of people count their steps, but I think sometimes when you get to a certain level, whatever foot you land on, you can just take it in. But I feel like the ladies just now, one of them was very particular in only jumping with one leg. And that can work well when you have the steps syncopated exactly to that. But when you don't have sometimes the stride length to consistently stay on that rhythm, it becomes a problem. That's where the stutter steps become a detriment to your race.
Boy, I tell you, because I'm looking at being ambidextrous and leading with the left leg,
Right.
or then turn around and later on you're now leading with the right leg,
Right.
because you get thrown off in the middle in terms of your race and getting to the hurdles.
Right. The best way to describe it is like a dance. You know, some people have steps and some people can freestyle. So the better people who can freestyle, they can adapt to anything that comes their way.
Well, boy, I tell you, freestyle it is, as the under 17 boys will come out and run, and so the freestyle makes it happen. You know, it's unique to be a 400-meter runner, but to put the hurdles in the middle puts yourself in a awkward scenario in terms of how you're able to get over the hurdles and then have the stamina to get to the 120 mark and be able to bring that speed and look at the last 3 rows of hurdles in order for you to get in.
Exactly. I think the 400 hurdles is one of those events where you have to almost be a little bit insane to do it properly, because it's one of the races where it's long enough that you can't go all the way out. You can't blow your whole load early on, but it's short enough where you can't really wait for a chance to strike. So it's a very difficult race, but I think when you get it, it's nothing like it.
Boy, let me tell you, I know this morning the guys mentioned Edwin Moses and the number of steps that he would have had in between the hurdles, and we're seeing today the new running of the hurdles where these guys just simply just blow by them as if they're not there, and it's like they're running a quarter because of it. And then too, compared to the guys that you competed against, many of them were taller in terms of running the hurdles. And how do you feel about that?
I think height really comes into it's a real advantage when you think about stride length. When you might take 14 steps and someone takes 13 steps, you could imagine that will automatically be a benefit. Now, the changing of the legs is also a benefit, but I think stride length is the most important because it can make your race shorter than the other man.
There you go. Let's go to the start, Chris. We got the finals here of the boys under 17 hurdles.
As they're getting ready, in lane 1 from Temple Christian, Ryan McKinney. Lane 2, Malik White from St. Augustine's College. Lane 3, Christian Pierre from C.R. Walker. In lane 4, Quinton Roll from St. Augustine's College. Lane 5, Zion Davis from St. John's. Lane 6, Anthony Missick from Tabernacle. Brett Kemp from Temple Christian in 7. And Leviticus Lavardi from QC in lane 8. Clean start for the gentlemen here in the under 17 boys 400 hurdles. Out very quickly, it looks as if already Quinton Roll from St. Augustine's College is making up that stagger. St. John's, Zion Davis also making a push there. It looks like it may be between the two of them. Already, it still is Quinton Roll holding the lead by about 2 steps. He started there a little bit coming off of that hurdle. Still out in control, about a 2-step lead and advantage right now, coming up on the 150 mark. Still out front there is St. Augustine's College and Quinton Roll. Roll holding on here, but you can't worry about too much here. Coming down here, 80 meters to go, coming over the hurdle. He is still stutter stepping. Looks like he is forcing his way onto a specific foot, and that may be a detriment for him as he comes down. Still challenging, though, is Zion Davis from St. John's College, but it will be all Quinton Roll from St. Augustine's College. His flash time coming up 56-1, an improvement ever so slightly from this morning. but a good run there by Quinton Roll. But again, he did pick up on what you were talking about, Nejmi, in terms of it looks as if he was trying to force himself onto a specific foot.
Right. Sometimes when you're not comfortable with a certain leg, you have to stutter step, and that takes up time. That slows your momentum down, and that could really change the whole trajectory of your time at the end of the race.
Boy, and we saw that quite vigorously. And then again, the endurance factor, that final 100 meters is absolutely detrimental in being able to hold your form. And we've seen in the couple races so far, holding that form is important. This is the high jump, the long jump that's also taking place, ladies and gentlemen, at this hour. And these ladies are now getting their run-throughs so that they can find out whether they're ready to hit the board. And this is the girls under 17. They're getting ready, and they're now also adjusting the height here at the high jump pit. And that is for the under 17 boys. And again, there are actually in the long jump, boy.
41.
You see this?
41 competitors.
In high jump.
In the long jump for girls.
And the long jump for the girls. They've got 2 sets of finals.
That's awesome.
two flights.
Absolutely
one
incredible.
With 23 and one with 18. So that's gonna be a long day.
They're going to be in the pit all day. So for those of you who are looking to go to the beach, come out here to the stadium and watch these young ladies in the sand. They're going to be there for a while. And these are the young future jumpers there, and the under 17 boys all waiting for the height adjustment. And this is one of the key components here that is unique. And also outside the stadium, they in turn also have now the shot put that is going on. And so we want to make sure we are able to give you a little bit of that. That's the under 17 boys shot put. And they are also in competition in doing so. Sitting down as an athlete is a no-no to some extent, and because you start cramping and you end up start cooling down and you're not at your best. If you watch high jumpers and long jumpers, they're always moving.
Yep.
They're always moving because you want to keep those muscles as active as possible, and especially in the shot put weight throwers. They too are very, very careful in terms of how they're able to in turn get it done. Now we're still back at the high jump for the under 17 boys from St. Augustine's College. You know, because it's the 5A.
Actually, I know that's Carlin Archer from St. Augustine's College. He was a big part of them in BAISS earlier this year. But a 5 is a good number. A 5 is a very good number. But they're going to be going through this for a very long time as well, because, again, there are so many competitors in this under 17 boys high jump. They've got 21. Some of them already surpassing or meeting the Carifta standard of 1.85 meters. So Claudius Burrows from Tabernacle, Joshua Williams from Tabernacle, and Eris Pratt from St. George's, all from Grand Bahama, have already surpassed the 185 mark. One ever so slightly, and that's Eris Pratt from St. George's at 186. Claudius Burrows and Joshua Williams both clearing at 185. So again, it may come down to who has the better performance here today, who will make that team. So we've got to check in with Jay to make sure who he's going to put on the team, because you know it's Jay who puts everybody on the team. So we'll have to see with that one.
What is also happening here, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to realize that Chris doesn't like me to say it, but back in the day, the schools all had a number.
Yeah.
And that number was displayed, so you knew exactly which school it was
from
because of the numbers. That's now changed because the uniforms have changed. We've gone high-tech and gone with these nice, beautiful flyweight uniforms, whatever, so you don't even know.
But many of the schools still do hold on to them, and some have been assigned new numbers. So like here in New Providence, Windsor is a relatively new school into competition at BAISS, and they have a number. I think their number is 40.
Okay.
So some schools still use the number. I think C.I. Gibson is 11. Aquinas, I think, maybe 12. Some still use the number, but again, it is a back-in-the-day type of thing.
Is that based on establishment? Or when it's established?
I have no clue on what it was. It may have been the first set that were around, and then they just started adding.
Okay.
I know, I'm presuming for Windsor, 40 is the next available number. Right. That makes sense. Or you may say you could pick a number beyond. You can pick a number beyond 35 because everybody has either used or has been used up to 35 or what's not.
Okay, this is the octathlon. This is the javelin. Right now, this is Brandor Hutchinson, who is getting ready to throw. And Burnside said the 400-meter hurdles is for crazy people.
I did.
Multi-event.
Crazier.
It's for people who really ain't too sure what in the world they want to do.
I think it's so cool that so many more athletes are doing the different multitask events now, because when I was in track, it was 2 or 3. It wasn't that many people who actually tried it. So it's really cool to see that the support has garnered more people interested in it.
That's a beautiful throw there in the javelin.
Yes,
and
definitely. Almost out of the vector.
Right. Very good throw. And again, then let's see if they have enough tape to get there. Okay, yeah, they do. And keep in mind, folks, that again, this is a test event. And as you do know, in the modern era of track and field, the tape is antiquated. And go from there. You know,
GPS is
let's
is
go
the
to
new
the
thing.
track, Chris.
All right, so here you go. Under 20 boys, 400 hurdles. Lane 1, Dana Roll from St. Anne's. Lane 2, Berkeley Munnings from St. Anne's. Lane 3, Matthew Chandler from QC. In lane 4, Clinton Laguerre, also already a winner earlier from St. Augustine's College. Shamar Bain, unattached in lane 5. Morgan Moss from Sac in lane 6. Alexio Soufois from Government High School. And in lane 8, Rowan Sands, unattached. Clinton Laguerre, expected to be a powerhouse here as he comes around early into it, still in the middle of the mix. Clinton Laguerre pulling himself just slightly away, but going out right there in the middle is Shamar Bain. Shamar started very early yesterday in the 400 and got eaten up. Still coming around strong at this point. But here comes Clinton Laguerre.
This is where the height helps you a lot.
And able to get over that hurdle, and you can see here how he's now pushing and running right through the hurdles. And this is something that you have to do in the 400-meter hurdles, and you want to get that right there.
Right through the line.
He's chasing
right through the line.
He was chasing 54.43. The unofficial time looked very close. Looks like he clears at 53.28, which is a Carifta qualifying spot.
Beautiful run there, a controlled run. It's referred to as an educated performance in terms of his being able to get out of the blocks, utilize the lanes, and watching him run, he also ran very close to the line, which was also cutting down on the distance rather than running all the way out there in the middle, but he didn't have any issues at all. And I think that also says much about the way that he's been able to get sorted out. And here is Brian Cale, who we're looking at now.
Just real quick before we wrap up the hurdles. Sure. Shamar did run 53.28, which is a Carifta qualifier. At the same place, Clinton Laguerre ran 54.19, which also surpasses the Carifta qualifier. So there's a possibility that both of them may end up on that Carifta team, having both made that time. So we'll have to see on what happens. Again, this is going to be a rough and tumble selection for it, because again, both of them can make an argument to be on the team, to be a part of the 400 hurdles, obviously. Even the 400, both of them running very strong yesterday in the 400, and also being a part of the 4x4 team, so 4x4 pool. So I think that this is very exciting news for them.
Should be, and also the javelin still continuing right now as these guys are actually throwing in order to get some points, in order to see how they will actually finish in doing so. One of the other points that you made there is the selection process in terms of which event you're going to run, which event you are more stronger in, for you to actually be able to make sure you get to that finals and also the possibility of winning a medal. So that's going to be a lot of discussions with these athletes and their coaches to determine exactly what they're going to do down the line.
When they make a selection, sometimes the athletes don't actually make the qualifying time, but because different variables, like maybe they didn't have someone to push them, maybe they didn't have competition, a lot of the coaches go to bat and say, well, I'm sure that if they're given an opportunity with the right parameters and competition and atmosphere, they can contribute to the team in a major way.
But that's changed now, though.
Yeah, but one thing with Carifta is that there is no official qualifying standard for Carifta, in that I don't need to run a 10-9 whatever to run, as opposed to Worlds or something like that. The standard that we set in the Bahamas is what we've set as a parameter to select our team. So it's not like worlds, under 20 worlds, where you have to run 10.9 to qualify. We can't send anybody who hasn't run 10.9 to worlds, but we can send Chris, who's run 22.6 in the 100, because it has always been a developmental meet. So we set our own standard. There is no standard to enter Carifta. That's why that does occur, where I have not made the standard, but I get to go because developmentally it's in our best
Thank
interest.
You for that commercial, Chris. It was great to have you on that commercial. Let's go to Jay Philippe, who was standing by with the winner.
Well, Chris, I won't put Shamir on the team as yet, but he would have made the qualifying mark. Shamir, walk us through the race. I know you're a freshman at Tiffin University. You're home for Carifta Trials. How do you feel about your performance?
Well, overall, I feel really great. Saying that this is my first outdoor meet, and I just started doing hurdles I had 2 practices only, because where I live it's cold, so that's the only struggle I have.
So how's it going to work with you returning back to university, or are you going to be here the entire time preparing for hopefully the Carifta Games?
Well, I'll return back to school because I got work to do. You're a student first, then an athlete.
That's Shamir. Congratulations, 53.25, one of the best hurdlers in the country. Back to you guys.
For clarity, from the St. Augustine's College, but I'm sure that if he makes that team, he may be able to come home for that event.
Yeah, he'll be able to get in there, and like he said, he just went outdoors.
Yeah.
Okay.
Outdoors just wrapped up.
So I know they were indoors, and now they just went outdoors. And
Did he say
Sorry,
just
practices?
last weekend.
Yeah. Just for the hurdles.
Yeah, just for the
He's
hurdles.
run hurdles before,
Yeah,
but for
just
the
for the
outdoor
practice,
season.
he's just
He's a natural.
been outdoors, so he's a natural. And then too, with the college event we had in Grand Bahama last weekend, many of the coaches were using that as their first outdoor experience for their kids, getting away from that cold weather and being able to flex their muscles. That's been an absolute fantastic opportunity for them. Here is the javelin in the multi-event. These guys are still at it. And again, some good throws. Again, it's not a matter of winning the javelin. And the bottom line here is to throw it, and every distance has points. And so we'll know what the point system is at the end of the day once they do complete their competition. But I tell you what, so far so good here in day 2 of our competition. As we have the wide shot here of the stadium, we can also let you know that the girls in the under 17 division are also getting ready for the long jump. They have the first flight. That's 23 athletes in the first flight. Here again, throwing the javelin. And this is going to be thrown out the park. No, that's not as long as the
They're
other
getting
one.
close. I mean, the fact that they're getting this close in a multi-event in javelin is saying a lot about their skill there. One of my friends and used to be at the University of the Bahamas, Ken Mullings, I've called him crazy for doing it, but it does take a special type of athlete to compete in the multi-event specialty. You have to be pretty good at almost everything and good at maybe one thing. And that's what sets you apart. But here, we're seeing a lot of these athletes here in this octathlon getting close to getting out of the vector.
And there's another good throw.
Yep.
There you go. And again, a mark. I don't know if it's going to be as close to the others that they've had thus far. But so far, we have some 11 competitors here in the javelin event. And also, they're now trying to get the long jump pits all sorted out. And we saw the officials having some issues with the boards and putting them down, and also to make sure that the saline and everything is in place, and so that the athletes, there will be no issues. They've now changed.
That's what it said. It looks like they've
changed another board. And so this also puts a hiccup in the competition, because what you're doing here is that these athletes have now warmed up. They've now come out, and here they are now underneath the stadium out of the sun and waiting for the officials to get the facility ready so that they can jump. So now there's very little room to get loose and to prepare yourself, and that's where injuries can occur. So you got to tell the athletes you need to keep moving in some manner or form.
And maybe this is a part of the test that they're running, in that is not a pit that we generally use here at the Thomas A. Robinson National Stadium for jumps. We usually use the ones that are on the western side of the stadium. I don't know if they're using them as, like I said, a part of the test aspect of this meet to see how it will work along that line, because again, that is not one that generally is used. So hopefully maybe they're trying to work out the kinks. I don't think that they would move back over to the Western Grandstand from the Eastern Grandstand. But again, it is something that hopefully that they will be working out coming into the Carifta Track and Field Championships in just under 2 weeks here at the National Stadium. So we are still getting ready for the semifinals of the under 14 girls in the 200 and all of the 200 semifinals. It will be a placement and time advancement. So the top 2 in each will advance, along with what we call the 2 fastest losers will advance. So they are seeding these from the center. So those who are in the center will more than likely have the faster times in the middle 4 lanes of each heat, giving those who have earned those spots a better opportunity to pick up an advancement.
High jump, under 17 boys. They just took the bar up. And what is this with everybody doing the scissors, man? The scissors was when I started competing.
The funny thing is that I've seen it a lot more in more amateur jumpers. And the gentleman who the more advanced jump is named after, Mr. Fosbury, just died recently, and they made a big deal about it in terms of recognizing him. And now everybody's gone back to the olden scissors.
I think a lot of the athletes do that because it's not such a high height right now. They use a little bit less energy to do that than to flop and have to roll and do all of those things.
But that's where coaching comes in. If you are a jumper and you know what your minimum height is, you don't come into the competition until you get to the height to where you will now go to use the flop, and you go from there. All you're doing is wasting energy.
Right.
I understand you want to compete, yeah, but you're wasting energy. So when you do get up to the higher heights, it's going to be a difficult scenario and you for trying to clear them. Here we are with the shot put for the under 17 boys. They too going through the motion and going there. And so interesting that this is another area that needs a lot of work in terms of getting some of our weight guys to get involved and to teach the techniques of the throw. I know Bradley Cooper over there at UB, you guys had a couple of clinics, especially last year, and there were a lot of them in order to help and to garnish the interest in the discus as well as the shot put.
There are a lot of opportunities out there. Again, shot put, discus, javelin are those underrepresented and unthought of sometimes disciplines. And I think once you start to get more persons excited in it, Strawn from St. John's has put a lot of excitement into javelin, where we have seen a lot of excitement and a lot of accomplishment from him. So maybe that is the impetus that gets more people involved. So we're hoping for the field events. The field events generally, not just here in the Bahamas, but worldwide, are thought of as the secondary sport, secondary discipline. Everybody wants to be in the flash and the dash, the 100, the 200, where they feel all of the excitement is. But I think that a competition in javelin could be just as spectacular as a competition in the 100.
That's why I was hoping that you know, some of the athletes of the past would have volunteered their time and energy. Lynette Antone and all of those who were quite effective in the field event. Jan Mortimer, who was involved as well, to be able to give back and to help some of the coaches. But then, you know, coaches have pride. And, you know, I can handle this. No, this is above your head. All right? Be man enough to say that this is above your head. Go and get somebody who knows exactly what they're doing and able to help in the development aspect of the athletes. Again, shot put on the side going on.
You both made some great points. I think a lot of the athletes, it makes them so much easier to come out and try something when they see someone who's actually done it. And they know it's actually possible. I had like Nathan Arnett and Carlisle Thompson and even Jeffrey. You know, when you can see it, you can believe it, you know.
And you can see exactly what they've done. And
sounds corny, but it's true.
Yeah, when you use that to actually feed off and you become a better thrower. That one's out of the...
It's tangible.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That's a good throw, but it's well out of the sector.
Yeah. We were talking about javelin. Keyshawn Strawn, who I was talking about from St. John's, went to nationals through one time and won the event. Went to Carifta threw one time and placed very well. Went to Worlds and came third. He is now a 4-year scholarship recipient at Auburn, one of the top schools in the South, in the SEC. So he's going to be being that standard that everybody looks at. And maybe you're seeing a resurgence of javelin because of him. Brent, I talked about Jeffrey Gibson. Jeffrey Gibson was sort of kind of leading a resurgence of the 400 hurdles. That was not something that everybody said that I'm going to go out and run the 400 hurdles.
Right.
But Jeffrey won the bronze at Worlds and came back and became spectacular and maybe was a part of the resurgence. You talk about being able to see it. Maybe if I see it, I maybe can believe that I can do it. And I think that that's what happens when we have spectacularity like Keyshawn out there doing, and just being so very fluid with it, very graceful with it, almost with very little effort, but there's obviously a lot going on in the background that does it and does it well. And I think that that's where you come in and make sure that you have that and hold that up. Because right now he's on a 4-year ride at a top school in the SEC.
I think that's one of the beautiful things about track practice. You get to see the people compete at the competition, but you also get to see how hard they work in practice. So you can't sell yourself a dream that I'm going to be as good as them just because I want to. You also get to see how much blood, sweat, tears, and sacrifice it takes to become someone as great as they are.
Boy, interesting enough. And these are athletes now coming out as they have getting ready to get to the pits, and they're heading to the competition area. So it looks as if the long jump here is going to be able to get started just a minute. It's been quite a while since these athletes have come out and going from there. And so now you get ready for the heats. That's going to be coming your way in just a minute. And the 200s that will be coming. And boy, this is a dray load of 200s. But again, these athletes are going to be able to run and go from there. We still want you to come out and support our athletes. We have this afternoon and also tomorrow morning, as well as we'll have the afternoon session on Monday. And keep in mind, too, that we're doing the best we can to show all of your athletes. I know many of you at home, I ain't seeing my grandson, I ain't seeing my granddaughter. We're trying our best to satisfy everyone by moving from event to event and make sure it happens. 200 meters coming up. We've got 3 heats.
So we're getting ready here for the first heat. It looks as if lane 2 will be vacant, but Jersey Cooper from Agape Christian in 1. Lane 3, Trinity Road from Sunland Baptist. Kazaria Thomas from BMES in lane 4. Rosellis Moxie from QC in 5. Anaya Adams from SC Boodle in 6. In lane 7, Gabriel Swan from AF Adley. And in lane 8, Siriana Burrows from Central Eleuthera. A great overhead shot there from Neville for us here at the Thomas A. Robinson National Stadium as we're getting ready for the semifinals for the under 14 boys. Again, under 14 girls, pardon me. They are chasing 24.47, which is the qualifying standard for the under 17 girls. So if they make that, they are making a huge application for a spot on that Carifta team. If they can hit that 24.47, it's going to be a stretch for some of them. That would mean almost a shaving of about 3 seconds from this morning.
Long jump going on right now. The first of the competition. This is the first group that's here on the eastern side, and now they're in the blocks. Chris, take it away.
Lane 7, Gabriel Swan running barefoot, seeing if that gives her any added benefit. Most of the field has opted not to go with
Central Luther.
to go with blocks. Lane 5 and 4 are using, and it looks like lane 1 is using blocks as well. Some of the others have decided not to go with blocks.
I remember growing up, you used to think running without your shoes on would make you so much faster because your shoes were too heavy.
The shoes, I think, these days almost lift you up. How?
I think spikes help, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, the grips of the track, and because of the new surface that you have, and don't let any fluid or rain get on it. You barefoot, you'll be slipping and sliding.
Slip and slide.
You're running in place.
Watch Thomas in lane 4 for BMES. to get out very strong. In the blue, very tall, getting up very quickly. Coming around the bend, it is Thomas still out there. She's getting up, she's coming up strong at the 200, 150. She's all in control of this. It is all Thomas right now from BMES,
Dominant.
taking it easily here. She's going to be chasing and making a very cognizant argument for 2.467. She's going to be very close to it and will get by 25 low, it looked like, just about her time from this morning. Her time, her flash time gets up is 25.23.
Identical.
Identical to what she ran this morning.
I remember running track and thinking the 200 had to have been the most beautiful race in the whole world. And all the people who did it were always the coolest, you know? Dominic Demerit, Andretti Bain, Carlton Rowe, like
the cool kids.
The cool kids all ran the 200.
Don't let
Orange
Andretti hear
Fraser.
that.
Well, that's why he's over there wearing the shades right now.
Andretti, know he's a legend.
It's great. It's great to see that they've come so far in terms of the development of track and field.
Second heat getting ready in under 14 girls 200 in lane 1. From Mary Star of the Sea Catholic Academy is Sadie Heald in lane 1. In lane 2, Dominique Curtis from D.W. Davis, St. Augustine's College's Shana Edwards Bruno. In lane 4, Zara Fraser from QC running unattached in lane 5. Bailey Frith in lane 6, Savannah Goshat from C.H. Reeves. In lane 7, Devante Fernanda from R.N. Gomez School. And in lane 8, from Grand Bahama and Jack Hayward High School, Rose Palmer, as they're getting ready to run again in this semifinal. The top 2 automatically qualify for the next round, and then the 2 fastest losers will also qualify for the final. So a lot at stake here. So you've got to be in the top 2 to secure a spot, and if not, you have to be one of the 2 fastest losers.
Okay. Well, let me tell you what, I know these athletes, some of them now have actually not. We saw this morning session, many of the athletes opted out of the event, and so I believe the competition may have gotten to many of them, and so we're seeing a number of open lanes. I think that's been one of the major problems that we were seeing thus far, but you come to compete, and so make it happen. And now what you're seeing here is that many of these athletes who were in the heats earlier prefer to not use the blocks.
Yeah.
And was a little bit more comfortable, and it's a 200 meters, so you have enough room here that you could pick up some ground.
Lane 1 is empty. It seems like they bring them back up. Lane 7 is empty as well.
And lane 8.
And 8 is empty as well. Again, they opting not to move here into this semifinal, which puts a little bit more pressure on those who may not be finishing in that top 2 position to get a spot.
Well, Burnside said barefoot. Now you got them in socks. 2 lanes, 2 and 6 in socks. Absolutely incredible.
Are you allowed to not run on the blocks?
You are.
Yes.
Okay.
You do have that option. So out very quickly is Zara Fraser from QC. Very short, very compact, quick runner here, taking it very easily at the 150 mark, being chased at this point by Edwards from St. Augustine's College, but she is going to hold on to win this one. She may shut it down very quickly as she knows that she has already secured a spot in that final. You can see her there, 27 low. St. Augustine's College's Edwards also qualifies. Her flash time, 27:28. And again, she did slow up a bit there. Zara Fraser from QC, a little bit slower from this morning, but again, she obviously slowed up with about 20 meters to go as she knew she had already secured her spot there in the final.
Absolutely. Good run there by the Comets, making something happen. And it all shows that the training of these young athletes have actually paid off, and the number of rounds that they have to go through, they have shown that they're in shape, and they've shown that they're ready to run. And also being at home and the accommodations, everything has worked in their favor. So we're seeing some pretty good performances here at the stadium today.
And you're seeing some thoughtful performances. Like we said, it looked as if Zara decided to slow down ever so slightly there, knowing that she already had a spot. It doesn't make any sense to run any faster because you don't get to jump anywhere if you get the fastest time. You just want to make sure you have a spot. So again, we're getting ready for the third heat in the under 14 girls 200-meter semifinal. In lane 1, Hilda Green from Effie Stevens Academy. Lane 2, Renice Gibson from C.H. Reeves. Lane 3, Myra Evans from Sunland Baptist. In lane 4, Brian Ward from T.A. Thompson. Jayla Smith for St. Augustine's College in 5. Demetra Sherman unattached in 6. Kashana Bowe from S.C. Boodle in lane 7. And Nyla Roll assigned to lane 8, representing A.F. Adderley. Looks like 1, again, is vacant. And it looks like 8 may be vacant as well. But Jayla Smith from St. Augustine's College got a very quick jump out of there. She's already made up the stagger, taking control at the 150 mark, coming off the curve. As Ricardo likes to say, it's the slingshot. She is being challenged, though, by Brian Ward from T.A. Thompson. Ward from T.A. Thompson taking off. They may drag each other into the semifinal, out of the semifinal, into the final. A spot is all that's up, but it will be Brian Ward, T.A. Thompson picking up the win, followed by Jayla Smith from St. Augustine's College. Her flash time, 26.98. To advance, Ward will pick up that win, and it will be Jayla Smith also advancing, 26.98, an improvement for Ward from this morning by about just under 1/10 of a second.
Yeah.
But still an improvement.
That last 100, a lot of people might think that she was able to pick up more speed, but she really just was able to hold the speed a little bit longer than the other lady.
Hold it and carry it through, and that's exactly what you have to do. Once you get out and you get into the straight, you have to carry the speed, and that is to stay upright, also to be able to bring those knees up and continue to push forward and to move from there. So I'll tell you what, that was a good race, a good technical race as well by the girls in the under 14 divisions. And one thing for sure, keep an eye on that under 14 division. The next crop of real sprinters and athletes are going to be coming out of there.
As we move into the under 14 boys 200, Nesmi, we're going to wrap up with you here. Thank you so much for taking the time, giving your expertise.
Thank you so much.
Carifta medalist, hopefully you'll be out here making sure to push on our athletes as well when we come up to the Carifta Championship.
Before I go, I have something very, very important to say. Hi, Mom. Hi, Dad. Hi, Aunt Mary. Hi, Halima. Hi, Elijah. And hi,
Cut the cable off.
We'll send the bill.
Survive, you know.
We'll send the bill.
All right,
we'll send the bill.
it.
Thanks, Nejmi.
Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thank you,
Right.
Nejmi. So we're getting on to the under 14 boys 200. Again, top 2 finishers automatically move on. The 2 fastest losers will also ink their spot in the final. In lane 1 of this first of 3 heats in the semifinal, in lane 1, De Niro McIntosh from S.C. Boodle. In lane 2, Carlton Johnson from South Andrews High School. In lane 3, Isaiah Wilson from Kingsway Academy. Lane 4, Keyshawn Pinder from St. Paul. Sachs, Jariah Woodside in 5, Joel Cumberbatch from QC in 6, Isaiah Estevie from T.A. Thompson in 7, and Italian Home from Sister Mary Patricia coming out. Jariah Woodside from St. Augustine's College was looking to be one of the fastest, but he's getting eaten up very quickly out there in lane 3. It is Isaiah Wilson from Kingsway Academy going out very quickly again. Also from St. Paul's, Keyshawn Pinder is going with that wild right arm that he's been running with all meet. Easily takes at his time a high 24. He will be an automatic qualifier into the semifinal. As we move on now, we're being joined by Andretti Bain, a coach at Oral Roberts University, where he is the first Bahamian ever to win the same event in the indoor and outdoor, the 400 in the indoor championships for ORU and the outdoor in the same year. Also the first national champion for ORU. He's a legend to a certain degree, not only here in the Bahamas as a Olympic medalist, but also at ORU, now a recruiter. That's what he told me to say. I'm just reading what he said to say. He gave me the check, said, read this.
But as soon as you said legend, right, he was like, oh, goodness.
That's what he said. Is that not what this says?
Okay, now he realizes the age factor is coming into play.
Absolutely.
But Andretti, thank you so much for joining us. Andretti has been a perennial favorite in terms of being a part of the track fraternity here, and is going to lend us a little bit of his expertise here. Again, he is one of, I think the number is 6 who have won indoor and outdoor the same event in Division I competition. And
Somewhere around.
you're the only Bahamian to have ever done it.
Yes.
So again, he looks a little small, but he does know what he's doing.
Right, he's got this down pat. But you've been able to see some of the events. What do you think that we have ahead of us as far as these races that you've been seeing here today?
I think the future is bright for Bahamian track and field. When I look at, especially our under 14s and under 17 divisions, men and women, they're coming along real well.
Okay.
And
Let's
so,
go to this race quickly.
Up quick is Sean Ferguson from St. John's, right there in the middle in the green. He's being challenged on the inside by Zion Bradford from Sunland Baptist, but right now it is Sean Ferguson, St. John's out front. Bradford making a challenge here. 50 meters to go. It's going to be the two of them. They will advance together, but they are going to fight for a spot, but it is going to be Sean Ferguson, St. John's, pulling away and winning his time. A low 25, it looked like to me. We'll see what the flash is. 24.86. So he's looking for a spot on the Carifta team if he's going to do well in that final set for tomorrow.
Going to be a good one. Andretti, when you look at where we were as far as track and field and with your recruiting attributes and also with your expertise in competition, what has been the cry for having a lot of universities come to the Bahamas looking for talent?
honestly, the talent is here. One of the things that we need to focus on now is the academics, especially if you're wanting to get into a Division I program at the university level. In order to clear the NCAA clearinghouse, athletes need to have good grades, right? Need to have sufficient BGCSEs, and they are going to have to be translated into the American standard or the American grading system. And so, honestly, we need our kids with A's, B's, and C's, nothing less. Because we have the talent. We have the talent, and that's one of the things that I'm realizing now throughout this year, even just being back home and recruiting, is that the talent is there, but a lot of the kids can't
clear the
clearinghouse.
Yeah.
And that's essential right there, and that's something that's been preaching to a lot of our kids. And unfortunately for a lot of our kids, that 2-year stint that we had to endure with the pandemic has really lowered the boom on some of those kids. But we'll talk about that, but let's go to the start of this one.
Third semifinal, Williams from Jack Hayward in 1. Lane 2, Devon Darling from AF Adley. Moss from Sunland Baptist in 3. Cameron Henfield from QC in 4. Nico Seymour from St. John's in 5. Lavario Ferguson from CH Reeves in 6. Kristen Desir from Sister Mary Patricia in 7. And Tobias Saunders from SAC in lane 8. Getting out very quickly there in the middle. It looks like Cameron Henfield from QC is taking off, holding it very strong here. The 3 competitors behind him struggling to get into it. Sunland Baptist is Tavares Moss making a chance to get into that second spot. But right now, it is all Cameron Henfield from QC. His flash time, 24.87. A little bit of an advantage from early on, but he will move on to that final set for tomorrow.
Very good run there for the young man from Queens College, Mr. Henfield, looking pretty good. And also kudos and goes off to Sunland Baptist Moss, who also got in. And these are the next crop of superstars that's going to be able to get there. Now, this is where your work begins. But these are the kids you're going to be looking for, because now that we're back into the regular rotation of academics in the country, within the next 4 years or so, they're going to be the ones you're going to pick, choose, and refuse, because they academically will be inclined. The ones that are there now are having some issues. We're finding now the number of our kids have not don't have the necessary BGCSEs and all that, because of the fact that school was closed and the pandemic scenario. So it's a hard pill to swallow for a number of parents. And also the kids who have to sit there and realize that it can't happen at this juncture until I make some provisions to get some other type of assistance during the academic side. And even if it has to go the JUCO route, I got to do that in order to get in.
Correct, absolutely.
So we go now to the third heat.
Actually,
these are the girls.
These are the girls. We're on the
under
17 girls. This is where the big girls come out. They're looking for a Carifta qualifying time, 24.83. Several of them very close, a few tenths of a second off. Could pull it off here, or maybe saving it for the final. But here in this first semifinal, In lane 1, Aisha Hanna from CV Bethel. Lane 2, Kylie Wallace from St. Augustine's College. In lane 3, Braylee Cooper from SC McPherson. Lane 4, representing QC, Jemiah Nabi. In lane 5, Caitlin Smith from St. John's. Running unattached, Shekaniah Johnson. In lane 7, Peyton Knowles from St. John's. And in lane 8, Lanuki Black from Tabernacle Baptist in Grand Bahama. Again, the time they're chasing is 24.83 overall, but they are chasing a top 1 of each of these heats, and then the 5 next losers will advance. So only the top 1 will advance from this round. Not sure if that's a misprint or if that is exactly what they want to do here.
We're going to play it by ear.
We're going to play it by ear because everyone else is top 2. But in this one, it says top 1 plus the next 5 losers. So we will see here. But again, Hannah, Wallace, Cooper, Nabi, Smith, Johnson, Knowles, and Black lining up in the under-17 girls' first semifinal here. Expect Jemiah Nabi to get a very quick start. She very much well does. There in the green, getting eaten up just ever so slightly at this point. It is SC McPherson also making a push, but it is Nabi all by herself getting challenged on the outside. But it is Nabi pulling away. She is all by herself, very smooth, going after that top finish, and she will take it. Her time is going to be very, very good at this point. Her flash time comes up. Her official flash time is 4 minutes, 5.51 seconds. I think that is wrong. But it looked as if it may have been somewhere there, 24 high.
And we're seeing some great performances by this young lady who has shown us that she can actually do it all. And what I do like is that her demeanor, she's very calm, very smooth in terms of her transition and turnover. Getting her to run that bend is going to be another challenge for her coach and getting her, but she likes to wait until she gets to the straight where she can use her legs and then just pull away from the field and to go from there. But
does she run the 400 meters as well?
She does.
Okay, because she looks
Did
like...
very well last night in the 4.
Right. She looks like she has that pedigree for 400 meters.
That's what it is, absolutely. And I tell you what, she was very smooth last night. And here she is today looking very good. This is the boys' high jump that's also taking place under 17. Unable to get the height. Look, it's about 3 or 4 competitors still left in the competition. Yep. And still doing the scissors.
Still using the scissors.
Instead of the flop. I wish they could teach them the flop and to go from there.
Again, they may know it and just deciding not to use it real quick.
Well, you have to teach it.
This is true.
You have to teach it, you know, and it's you know, that's like Donald Thomas. Donald Thomas didn't know how to jump. He only knew how to play basketball. And all of a sudden you teach Donald Thomas the flop, and all of a sudden he's on what, the national scene?
Yep.
And gone abroad
I was going to say on the world scene, on the world scene as well.
You know, it's just a matter of being able to teach it. And I give hats off to Kurt Hollingsworth, who was over there as our counsel in Miami, who was able to convince Donald, listen, man, if you drop on your head, it's big enough, you can be okay.
Absolutely.
All right, and he learned how to flop.
Absolutely.
And there you go. Here we go.
So
Chris.
Nabi time, 27:07 from that first heat. Second heat, it will be in lane 1. Kente Virgil from Sunland Baptist. Lane 2, Kaylee Thompson from St. Paul's in Grand Bahama. Lane 3, Tamaya Edwards from Anatole Rogers. In lane 4, Micaiah Hitchman from First Class Education. Lane 5, Kaylee Davis from Queens College. Cheyenne Demerit from St. Augustine's College in 6. Shania Adley from Tabernacle Baptist in 7. And in lane 8 from St. John's College, Shania Major in this second heat of the under-17 girls, 200.
This one should be very quick, folks. Don't blink.
Cheyenne Demerit in lane 6 from SAC, and Shania Adley from Tabernacle Baptist, 2 of the fastest times right now. In lane 6 and in lane 7. Out there very quick is Cheyenne Demerit. She's being dragged there on the side by Tabernacle Baptist and Shania Adley, but it is pulling out off after that 100. Cheyenne Demerit from St. Augustine's College. It is all her. Shania Adley hoping to pull in as one of those fastest losers. She probably will. Very strong run there from Cheyenne Demerit from St. Augustine's College. Her flash time, 25.45.
It's under 17. Division is very strong.
Very much so. We saw that yesterday also in the 400 meters, and you can tell that our athletes are in shape.
Yep.
They run. They're able to just basically recoup in a very quick manner, and they can go from there.
And then I'll tell you one of the things that I'm happy to see now is they're coming around tip-top shape right in time for the Carifta Games.
Absolutely.
Because the times weren't as quick as this earlier in the year, which is expected because you need to time your peak. And so I'm very happy to see these times now coming around. So I think our athletes will be well prepared for Carifta.
Here's the high jump under 17 boys. And he's fouled.
Oh, he did foul. He did touch
he
it.
touched it.
Yeah, he touched it. Yeah, he touched it. And that's a foul. And he's going to be pulled over. One thing that they're going to have to look at for the Carifta Games is they're going to have to provide some cover for the inside of the track for the athletes.
Yes.
They're going to have to put tents up because the athletes cannot be exposed to this Bahamas sun, okay, which is unique to any other kind of sun in the Bahamas. And the kids cannot be sitting out there without some kind of shade or cover.
And there usually is.
And it draws energy from them. Here we go back to the track,
there
Chris.
usually is, but here we are getting ready for the third semifinal. Ferguson, Black, Knowles, Roberts,
False start.
Pantry, Jones, Turnquest, and Frazier.
I saw that, and when I saw the athletes standing out here in the element, yes, it's for the officials, yes, but there must be cover, which the LOC needs to look at and make sure they do have in place for the games, because if you have these athletes out in the element, when those countries coming from the Caribbean, you are going to hear and get an earful.
An earful.
And they mean it because especially in that morning and afternoon session, so their athletes are not exposed to the heat, and they have to keep them hydrated, and that's going to be an issue during the Easter holiday. And keep in mind that the Easter holiday is known for this kind of weather.
It's hot.
And so
it's hot.
It's again a test scenario, so this is ideal so that the coaches here that will be named, that will have a team, will know exactly what their outlay is going to be and their task ahead of keeping their kids hydrated as well.
So it looks as if lane 1 and Sasha Ferguson from 8 Mile Rock has been shown a red card for that false start, leaving the field down to, it looks as if 7.
Which is quite unfortunate, having to travel here for the trials, for the nationals, and then not get an opportunity to contest the semifinals. So I'm sure she's very disappointed, and you know, her coach is probably disappointed and upset as well.
Yeah, Daphne Saunders is going to have a word with her once they get, but you do not wish to deter the young lady.
I think she ran last night as well, so I don't think this was her only event.
Right, she's had a lot of events to run in, and so they'll have a conversation with her once she goes back into the coaches area.
So look out for lane 4, Alexis Roberts from SAC, and in lane 5, Rage Pantry from QC. Clean start here finally. Roberts coming out very strong on that 150, taking over. Right now, Tabernacle Baptist also in the mix. Tanaj Turnquest getting out there. Tanaj Turnquest is going to challenge coming here. The challenge has been rejected by Alexis Roberts. She's holding strong and firm. 22 seconds right about now. She's going to probably shut it down as she has secured a spot in the semifinals. It looks like her time again, 25 high. 25.57, her official flash time. But it will be Alexis Roberts with that automatic qualifier into the final, pardon me.
And again, like I said, these young ladies has come off the track, and they have been through and had a number of races, and so physically they are ready. And again, the next crop of athletes. And this is where, this age division though, Andretti, is where you really have to now begin to sit on them, because the distractions at this point is when you end up losing them, and they're not wishing to continue in this vein. You know, coach, I tired of this, you know, whatever, but you have to be able to motivate them, because there's so many things that's happening with them at that age in the 17 division.
Absolutely. You know, it's been proven that, especially our female athletes, and this is across the board globally, you lose a lot of them between the ages of 14 and 16. And so it's always good to make sure that you keep them grounded and keep a firm grip on them so that they would continue to explore their talents as they get older.
And now we go back to the track, and we are now coming up the under 17 boys 200 meters. And we have 3 heats here as well. And these are semifinal heats. And so we're going to have a number of open lanes as we have seen the afternoon. I'm trying to get a grip as to why there are so many open lanes here in the events today. They've only had one
I would
day.
presume that some of the athletes are saying, I don't have a strong chance in the 2. Maybe I want to concentrate on something else later on. So we'll see. But here we go in the under 17 boys. They're chasing 22:08 as an automatic qualifier for Carifta. The top 2, according to the heat sheets, will be those who are automatically advancing here. In this first semifinal, Ethan Stewart unattached in 1 in lane 2. Ontario Roll from Sister Mary Patricia in lane 3. Rotario Tate from Jack Hayward in lane 4. Andrew Brown from St. Augustine's College. Everett Fraser runs unattached. 6 and 7 are vacant. And in lane 8, Taryn Beckles from St. Augustine's College.
Okay, St. Augustine's College, Damian Bryce in the high jump went to the flop and cleared it.
You want Andrew Edwards to have a fitty.
Do you guys find that the kids from the Family Islands are the ones having the most difficulty with incorporating the flop into their jumping?
Right. Don't have the equipment.
I think it's overall. I don't think it's just indicative there. But as we go, taking off very quickly is Everett Fraser running unattached there. Fraser in lane 5, coming off very strong. On the side of him is Andrew Brown from St. Augustine's College. Brown taking the ever so slight lead here. 50 meters to go. Brown being challenged again. He's going to hold him off. It will be Brown taking that spot in the semifinal. Also going with him, Everett Fraser unattached. Their time, 22:25.
That's a really good time.
That's it.
Under 17.
And again, it was already wrapped up. Maybe he slowed down ever so slightly.
Very good run there by the young man.
And maybe 22:08 may be in the stars for him in the final tomorrow. Real quick, the next semifinal getting ready. Braden Mackey in lane 1 from CV Bethel. Rolandi LeBranche unattached in 2. Cleon Laguerre from 8 Mile Rock in 3. In lane 4, Aiden Kelly from Tabernacle Baptist. Sachs Egan Neely in 5. Another competitor from Sac, Trent Ford in 6. Sean Saunders from Jack Hayward in 7. And Kaylin Maycock from Mary Star of the Sea Catholic Academy in lane 8.
Absolute good field, and these guys understand now what the big picture is. Again, the wind is a deterrent to some extent, but again, have to work with it. We're seeing the best we can with what we have, and this wind coming out of the southeast today, being much of a problem. And the flop did not work there, and that's a miss. And with the height of this young man, I would have thought that somebody would have been working with him on that flop, because if he's, with the length that he has, he's able to go a lot higher.
Reminds me almost of Trevor Barry.
Yeah.
Shot put, and the 14 boys, they're going through the motions, and that's a scratch, so they won't mark that one. And back to the track we go now to the 200s, under 17 boys.
Aiden Kelly in 4, Egan Neely in 5, representing Tabernacle Baptist and St. Augustine's College. Expect a fast breakout here for the two of them. Egan Neely gets up very slowly. Slow start for him. Tabernacle Baptist and Aiden Kelly making a push, but it is Egan Neely getting eaten up. At this point, it's Trent Ford coming out. Trent Ford being challenged by Tabernacle Baptist. Tabby taking it. Tabby getting out front. Aiden Kelly is going to push it. It's going to be a fight here for the finish, but it will be Tabernacle Baptist and Aiden Kelly pulling up with the win. His flash time, 22:46. Seems like an incorrect number for such a spectacular race. But again, 24:6 the flash. He will still advance to the final set for tomorrow.
And running into that headwind, let me tell you.
It's a lot.
It is a lot, because we're feeling it here. We're having our challenges here on the broadcast set with the wind. But again, a very good run there by Mr. Kelly. Very strong race, staying compact, not getting out of his stride, and then taking it through to the tape with the dip, and a very strong finish there. Very good run for the young man from Tabernacle Academy. We just saw his coach pass just a moment ago. Tabernacle brought in a number of athletes that's here for the Carifta side of it. Not too concerned with what's happening with the high school championship, but very much so concerned with getting their athletes pegged to the Carifta team. And Nikita Johnson is to be congratulated. They've been a dominant factor in Grand Bahama in winning the high school championships. They've been working very, very hard. And these kids are to be congratulated.
Coach Johnson is still the head coach for Tabernacle?
I wish he wasn't, but he is.
No, and I'll tell you, even from my days back in high school, Tabernacle has always been a force in track and field and sports in general. And so I'm happy to see that they are still there consistently, keeping or maintaining that high standard that they had from back then. That was in the days of Dramico, Bridgewater, those.
And he's still there, a new crop of athletes. And as these new athletes enter the institution, they call it the small school on the north side of the island, and they are a dominant factor in more ways than one. And so I want to say congratulations to the Falcons of Tabernacle. Another small school that's now beginning to come back is St. Paul's College. Buster Lang is there, and they're coming together.
Okay.
Why are you touching me, brother?
What school did Oscar Green attend?
That's my school. He's fooling with me. I'm gonna mess with him.
Okay.
St. Paul's College, man.
Moving on, third semifinal, under 17 boys. Hannah unattached in 1, Nottage from QC in 2, Gordon from Tabby in 3, Smith unattached in 4, Shepard from Jack Hayward in 5, McPhee from Sac in 6. In 7 is Miller unattached, and in lane 8, Isaac Ferguson from South Andros. Out very quickly though is Jaden McPhee in lane 6. Everybody pretty much equal at this point, but it is Tabernacle Baptist and Caden Smith fighting each other, but it is Tabernacle Baptist getting eaten up out front very quickly. Caden Smith is going to pull this one off. His flash time is going to be very close, 22:31. Strong run there.
22-3-1. That's a pretty good run.
He's in junior college.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because we have combined the high schools championships with the Carifta trials. You will see some persons running unattached who aren't going to be scored for a team event, as they are more than likely competing for a spot on the Carifta
Absolutely
team.
understood. Yeah, right.
Okay. Andretti, what school did you go to here locally?
St. John's College.
Okay, all right.
Jolly Green Giants.
Say it again, Andretti.
St. John's College, the Jolly Green Giants.
All right. I just wanted to make sure that we are being remembered, because for some reason, the St. Augustus College.
Moving on now to the under 20 girls 200-meter semifinal, the first of 3. There you see on the replay the 22-3-1 run by Caden Smith, making his application for a spot on the Carifta team. And the final set for tomorrow, he may lower that and go even deeper into a spot there. In under 20 girls, in lane 1, Nancy Joseph running unattached. In lane 2, Tiana Boodle from SC Boodle. In lane 3, Markel Newbull from CV Bethel. Chantala Dorset runs for Sunland Baptist in 4. Karis Taylor from Kingsway Academy. In 5, Rihanna Bain from Central Andros. In lane 6, Andrea Sedembi from Harbor Island. And in lane 8, Shakira Lubin from Samuel Guy Pinder High School.
There's a story here for you.
24:40.
There's a story here for you that you need to look at.
I'm scared.
All right? No, don't be scared. Caden Smith, okay, who is running and also away in school at the same time. Andretti just spoke about academics and being able to have the academics and the ability to compete. If you have it, you can get out of here and get into the junior college system and work your way through. And once you get into the system in the United States, thereby you're able to move up.
Yep,
and you could go from there. So there's some other little sidebar stories that comes out of this, because you have a number of unattached athletes that are out competing. And so, yes, they are competing against the local kids, but you could see the difference and also the expertise in terms of their style of running, and being smooth in terms of their transition.
And their experience.
And experience as well, and know exactly how to run, and also the means and ways to maintain and take care of their bodies.
Correct.
So it looks as if 7 and 8 are vacant coming into this first semifinal. Expect a very fast start from Sunland Baptist's Dorset in lane 4. And she does not disappoint, getting up very quickly, maybe a bit too quickly, but she is still out there cutting down on the lead. She's going out very hard here off the curve. She's being challenged by CV Bethel's Markel Newbold. She's getting eaten up, though, going out very quickly. Sunland Baptist. Dorset holding on and will shut it down as she secures a spot in the final for the under-20 girls 200. Her flash time officially 4 minutes and 24.18 seconds. Again, another incorrect time. I'm going to suspect they will correct that.
Absolutely, and see that smile on her face. Again, another wonderful competition for her. She's been pretty busy with the 400 as well. And she's been training very hard in Grand Bahama. And we're going to expect some great things from her, especially at this level.
So they have not corrected the time as yet, but clearly Dorset picks up the win. Moving on to the second semifinal, Pasha Johnson in lane 1 from CV Bethel. Government High's Kevin East Hannah in 2. Aaliyah Marshall she's unattached in lane 3. Quincy Penn from Moores Island, she's been spectacular earlier. She's running in 4 for Moores Island again. Amari Pratt from St. Augustine's College in 5. Demina Bowe from Doris Johnson in 6. Representing NCA in lane 7, Jaden Taylor. And Jada Bridgewater, unattached, is running in lane 8.
Ready to go. Andretti, what do you say to parents of these athletes that you're looking for in terms of things that they need, supplements, the various types of care for their bodies, and preparing them for when your level of competition comes into play? Once they get to you, they can fall right into your system. A lot of parents are saying, well, you know, we're doing the best we can with what we have, but, you know, that's one we want to talk about after this race is completed.
So look towards Penn in 4 from Moores Island and Sachs Pratt in lane 5. They've asked them to stand up.
Well, I saw that, and that's all because Hannah decided she ain't ready.
Trying to buy just a little bit more time.
She got a hand decide, I'm not ready to go yet. Y'all got to wait until I'm ready to get out of here.
Trust me, I know that feeling. You're trying to buy as much time as you possibly can.
And again, she is the last one to get settled into the blocks. Almost a full field. Lane 1 is vacant. Looks like a clean start. Coming up very quickly is Pratt from St. Augustine's College. Pratt making up the stagger, already taking control at the 150 mark. Coming around, it is Pratt. Strong and forceful coming out here at the 100 mark. She is being challenged on the inside by Quincy Penn. No surprise here, Penn coming hard. It's a challenge here for the top 2. They're neck and neck, foot for foot. We will see it'll be at the end. It will be Quincy Pratt though. Penn, pardon me, making the dip to pick up the win here, but both of them will advance to tomorrow's final. The flash time, 24:59.
In regards to getting these kids now ready for the next level, diet and nutrition is key. Now the kids would need to start focusing a little bit more on consuming their vegetables, eating healthy and balanced meals, cutting back on some of the junk foods. Supplemental, probably look at now multivitamins, maybe getting some protein shakes in the body. But then one of the biggest things that you will see in terms of kids being able to transition from the high school level to the collegiate level and then to the professional level is just the overall development in terms of their body strength. And so more work will be done doing strength work, more work will be done absolutely getting in the weight room, and even technically. I'm looking at a lot of these kids and they're just running off of pure talent. You know, a lot of kids running, their feet behind them, unable to really get up underneath their center of gravity. And so a lot of that stuff can be corrected. But in most cases with high school programs, you're dealing with so many kids that most coaches aren't able to, one, identify these deficiencies or really know how to correct a lot of these technical issues.
Well, that's when we send them to you. Okay, get your notepad and go from there. Here we go, Chris.
Semifinal number 3. Under 20 girls. Johnson from Central Andress in 1. Cargill from Kingsway in 2. Clark from Sac in 3. Wright from Sac in 4. Richards from QC in 5. Clark from, who is unattached in 6. Sears unattached in 7. And Shania Hasty from North Eleuthera in lane 8. Lane 1 is vacant so far. Expect a strong start from Nia Wright. She comes out very blastfully, trying to hold on to it, but it is QC's Nia Richards making a push on there in the inside. Richards taking an ever so slight lead here, but it is pushing back is Nia Wright. Wright pushing out. She's fought off QC's Nia Richards, and it is Nia Wright who will take the win very easily. Her time is going to be very close to 25 low. Her flash time, 25:13, and secures a spot in the final.
Absolutely good run there.
Both runners actually having a quarter mile of stride.
Very strong, that open, wide, elusive speed there, especially the young lady from Queens College.
Absolutely.
She is destined to be a quarter miler. That's something we said. Remember Nivea Smith?
Yep.
Absolutely.
Nivea
Yep.
Smith cried like a baby about running the 400. She refused to, but she would have been an absolute dream at the 400, but she did not want to hurt and did not want to go through the rigors of running the 400, and so she opted to just run the 2 and the 1. She would transition to that 4. Hey, we were looking to see some great things from her, but we did see some great things from her in the running the 2 and the 1.
So we're coming up on the under 20 boys in their semifinal for the 200. Everyone chasing 21.4 is the Carifta qualifier. Nobody has brought that time from the heats from this morning. Everybody looking and hoping for a dream here as you see them getting ready in the under 20 boys 200. In lane 1 would be Terrell Thompson from St. Anne's. Lane 2 will Trevon Clark from 8 Mile Rock. Running unattached, Otto Lang. In 3, Jonathan Fowler from St. Augustine's College. In lane 4, Malcolm Williams. In lane 5, running unattached, also unattached, Dion Major. And Damon Harris in 6 and 7. And Jamal Glinton from North Long Island will run in lane 8. Again, the time they're chasing 21.4, top 2 with an automatic move on to the final set for tomorrow. And then the 2 fastest losers advance as well.
And all athletes all getting prepared. Also, we just saw a minute ago the under 17 boys high jump. Claudius Burrows, as also Josh Williams of Tabernacle have qualified, and also St. George's Aris Pratt. They're over there now. They're now getting to where they're now jumping, and again moving into the flop aspect over there. The Tabernacle Falcons athletes over there, and the guys that are starting to jump early were the ones just looking to get over and to get some kind of a height, and brush that one on the way over. Let's see what can happen again, and you have one more attempt.
And from that attempt, he seems like he could actually clear that height.
Not quite sure what it is, but again, I think that these 3 are essentially jumping for a spot on the Carifta team.
Absolutely. And right now, the Tabernacle athlete coming up to go from there, and on the track, the 200s are still going. And then watching the athletes, and again, getting used to the blocks. And I got to say this, though. These blocks, they better go get rid of them before Carifta. I didn't mean throw a wrench in it, right?
This may be this. I mean, there's a lot of things that we're seeing that needs to be corrected for Carifta. You talk about the blocks. That's obviously something that needs to be worked on.
The pressure,
the
temp
tents,
ones.
the tents.
Yeah,
Need to, again,
So let's consider this the practice block.
practice blocks.
But again, usually at high jump there is a provision there for covering for the athletes. I think that this procedure that they have the athletes when they finish running, stopping and having officials double check their bib numbers is antiquated at best. I think that's something that they need to work on when we have high level meets. That seems antiquated. That needs to be eliminated. They're still doing that here. There are a lot of things that need to be corrected at this, quote, test event moving into Carifta Track and Field Championships in just under 2 weeks.
Right, because all of that adds to unnecessary delays to the meet.
Yep.
Thank you.
There you go.
Yeah, no, but Andretti, it is an unnecessary delay that you talked about, and it's antiquated. We no longer need to do that, especially when you are experiencing meets that are so fast that the runners can run off the track and don't need to come back to the line to double check their numbers.
Absolutely.
Yeah, they'll work it out and get it all sorted out and go from there, because everything will be done based on the aspect of it. And so we'll see how they go. Here we go with the 200 meters. this is another fast heat for you.
Jonathan Fowler in lane 4. Expect him to get out very quick from St. Augustine's College in the middle. Very fast start here for him. He's already starting to get eaten up, though, on the inside by Otto Lang, unattached. Otto Lang in there. Jonathan Fowler trying to move out of it. Otto Lang out front. Fowler chasing. Otto Lang is getting beaten. It is Fowler out front. Fowler chasing him off. Fowler pushing hard. He's going to come down very quickly to 22 low. And Jonathan Fowler finishes in 22.10. A strong run by them. A strong run and a strong finish there. That push by Otto Lang may have helped him a bit to get there.
And one of the things that I noticed with Jonathan and his races is even though he's a 1 and 200 meter sprinter, he runs 4x4s.
Yes.
And so that shows in his finishing speed.
You see him there. He's still caught up in the pack at this point. Otto taking control, but coming right here, about 90 meters to go, he just picks it up and keeps on chugging.
See the arm action? Watch the legs, watch the knees. The knees are all coming up. He's just carrying the speed and moving forward. Absolutely clinical race there in the 200 meters as they look forward to the finals that's set for tomorrow.
Second semifinal now, Zion Miller from QC in 1. Wellington Newbold unattached in 2. Thorino Evans from Huntley Christie in 3. Adam Musgrove unattached in 4. Akeem Bolake from St. George's in lane 5. Tafari Strawn unattached in 6. Alvin Marshall from Central Andress in 7. And Ronnie Laguerre unattached in lane 8. Looks like this field has been diminished as well. It looks as if it will only be 2, 3, and 6. Again, this is as a high number, or are we just not seeing them
We
yet?
haven't seen them yet. They haven't gone to the blocks. Okay, they're in.
So it looks like it is 7 and 3.
Right, because the bottom line is, I don't want anybody calling me. I don't want Akeem Mummy calling me asking why he ain't in this race. Where is he?
I know.
Hey, but I'll tell you, for some of the guys who show up, they're actually excited about all these scratches because then it increases
gives-
their
yeah.
opportunity to try and take a top finish.
Well, we had already scratched Evans from Huntley Christie out, but he's in the race. It is only right now lane 1, Zion
1,
Miller,
that's right.
and lane 7 that will not be running. Alvin Marshall from Central Andress. Maybe they are focusing on another event.
Boy, let me tell you, you got some parents sitting home in front of this television. You don't show up. Wait
I
until they...
send you all the way now
All the way
to go
now.
compete. I looking on TV, got all my church friends watching TV to see you.
Church came out early just to watch you run.
And you're not there? You got some explaining to do, young man.
Explaining to do. So here we go, second semifinal. The time again they're chasing for an automatic qualifier, 21-4. Lane 7 vacant and lane 1 vacant. Expect Adam Musgrove in lane 4 to pop out very quickly. He has a very strong start. Clean start here for the young man. Adam out very quickly in lane 4. Holding his own. Adam coming off the curve. Very much in control. Very easily running here in this 260 meters to go. And he's just going to shut it down knowing that he's got a spot. He's going to run 21 high, I suspect. 21.59.
Oh, he looked like he is primed to qualify.
He's primed to go after maybe that high school record as well. 21.84, I think that was set in 2016. And he seemed to slow down considerably.
Definitely with favorable wind and running through that line. Seems like he could run at least 21 low or 20-point high.
Comes off that curve very in control. And you can see it with about 30 meters to go. He intentionally shuts it down. Right about here is where you'll see, yeah, there we go. He shuts it down, knowing that he has a spot, and still runs at 21 mid.
Absolutely.
Which is impressive.
And I'll tell you one of the things that, you know, the difference between a high school level athlete and a professional athlete is that a race like that, where he is that close to the qualifying standard, you have to decide if getting it when you can, because there's no telling how the weather is going to be tomorrow.
Yep.
There's no telling how you're going to feel tomorrow. And I think a lot of athletes want to be, want to show that they're easing off, they're shutting down. But in most cases, a lot of athletes really leave some great times out there by not running through the tape. And that's a race there where I would have loved to see that kid run through the tape to at least secure Carifta qualified.
He may already have a Carifta qualifying time, and because the time that we have is from his heat this morning.
Okay.
Right.
So he may already have a qualifying time and just wants to finish 1-2 in the final. So he just wants to make sure he gets into the final easy. So
22.8 this morning, and here we come back with 21.5. And so that shows that he's able to progress and run the way he wants to. But like you said, Andretti, get it now.
Absolutely.
You don't know what tomorrow is going to bring. You don't know what the weather's going to bring. Things could change dramatically. The wind could switch.
Absolutely.
And then you don't get a legal time. You're running
And
into
I can tell
headwind.
you.
And if you run into a headwind and get it, okay, then you have something to really look at and say, okay, I'm okay with that in terms of what's happening.
clearance.
Correct. And just speaking from personal experience, I left a lot of fast times on the track because, again, you wanted to just shut it down, save for tomorrow. But honestly,
you want to look pretty.
yeah, right?
You want to look pretty. That's what it is. Want to look pretty.
Third semifinal now. Joaquin Farrington, Tilsonord, Adley, Campbell, Skinner, Nicholas, and Adderley. Tamani Skinner from St. Augustine's College in lane 6 is trying to dominate, coming on the outside. It is going to be not his day today. Zion Campbell unattached, pushing strong in the middle. Zion Campbell also along, coming with him, Nassau Christian Academy's Jeremiah Adley. It is going to be all a push here in the middle, and his flash time will be just about 21.9. Jeremiah with that 21.9. Good run from him again. He had a little bit of a push. This is going to be a spectacular final set for tomorrow.
You got fireworks tomorrow, and both will be in the middle of the track, so they'll be next to each other, and being able to make that happen. That's one of the things that's been done here, Andretti, is that they're putting the speed in the middle of the track. And unlike in many other meets, you get a draw. You're on the outside, but you got the fastest time, and you can't see the competition, but put them together and then see how they run in there. And you can see here now coming off the bend into the straight, beautiful hand action. That head is still focused. That head's not moving. And this is another one that should have just taken it straight through the line again and be able to go from there. But again, I guess they want to conserve that energy and then try to come back tomorrow and see what they can actually put together.
Absolutely. And what's so interesting, even if you watch how track has been evolving over the past few years, lane 4 has always been the preferred lane. But now, at the Olympics and World Championship level, it seems like it's moving more to lane 6.
Yeah.
6 and 7.
Persons want to run a shorter curve.
There you go.
And again, the selection that the way that they allocate lanes has changed over time. So before it used to be just seating from lane 4 back out. In some competitions, it's the top 4 will be assigned randomly.
Correct.
The middle 4.
Correct.
And then the bottom 4 will be randomly assigned 1, 2, 7, and 8, or in some instances 2, 3, 8, and 9.
Correct.
Depending on where it is. And
Absolutely.
so it's not even you're running to get to lane 4 anymore. You're running to get into top 4 and pray you get the lane that you want.
Absolutely.
Okay. Here is the medals presentation. Let's take a little bit of this in, and so we can congratulate our athletes. Medal presentation taking part right now. Harrison Thompson, who's presenting the medals to our athletes.
Congratulations to our 400-meter hurdles under 17 boys. medal ceremony for the 400-meter hurdles under 20 boys. Presenting the medals, Mr. Harrison Thompson, Chairman of the Carifta LOC. Bronze medalist, representing St. Anne's, Berkeley Munnings. He's your silver medalist, representing St. Augustine's College, Clinton Laguerre, Carifta qualifier. Our champion in the 400-meter hurdles under 20 boys, gold medalist representing unattached with a time of 53.25, a Carifta qualifier, Shimar Bain. Congratulations to all of our 400-meter hurdles under 20 boys.
As we get back to the action here on the track, this is the long jump. And this is the long jump that's taking place now, and the long jump event, which is absolutely fantastic for the under 17 girls. Still jumping. They started a bit late, but they're beginning now to pick up the pace quite a bit. And again, they're using the western side of the stadium for the actual jumping, whereas we're accustomed, as Chris stated, to using the western side. They're now using the eastern side more.
Correct.
So they're used to seeing it right in front of the grandstand where the athletes will be engaged by the actual fan base, which is absolutely fantastic. Here's the run-up. And the high jump still continuing for the under 17 boys from the QC Comets. I think that's...
Is that QC or St. John's?
Looks like QC, I think. Oh, St. John's. No, QC.
That's CV Bethel getting ready to jump now.
CV Bethel, let's make sure we find out exactly. Make sure we give the
Looks
athletes.
like CV Bethel. CV Bethel's colors.
They're trying to get numbers. The athletes have the numbers in the front, and pretty hard to get a gauge. On a man also the multi-event javelin. That's also taking place at the moment. And then also coming up shortly will be the under 17 javelin throw. That's also going to be an event that we're watching here this afternoon in our session. And our officials, that's the under 17 javelin competition that's going on right now. And this is going to be a very long and interesting event, because the javelin has to travel a certain distance in order for it to be marked. And the first three throwers, okay, that one I believe, okay, that one has gotten over the area.
Threshold.
And so that looks like that's going to be one that they'll be able to use. So everyone's getting in some throws in order for them to get loose before the actual competition begin. And we have to do one thing, Chris. We have to get away from this advent of keeping our children in line as if they are in primary school going to lunch. Utter ridiculous.
I don't disagree. Again, it seems weird for me to have a setup like that. And again, the antiquatedness that we talked about earlier, I think, creeps in here as well, where you have to have the kids lined up, like you said, getting ready to pick up your milk at primary school. It is antiquated, and I think that we need to, especially with this being a test event moving towards Carifta, where you see at the bigger meets where there is an announcement of who's next, not where we've got to fall in line in terms of who will compete next, where there is an announcement either orally or with a scoreboard, and maybe that's something that we need to look into. You also talked about still running the tape. The GPS is more what we're using these days, so a lot of things that we need to look into. The heptathlon 800 for the open girls, competing is Lachey Smith, Trinity Pennerman from SAC, Essence Sands from Doris Johnson, Kamaija Skippings from St. John's, Sunland Baptist representative is Kaylee Pratt, Angelique Dean from Temple Christian in 6, and Samaya Adley from St. John's is running as well. Getting out there, it looks as if that is
Sands.
Skippings maybe in lane 4. I think she is wearing lane 4 on her thigh, so that may be Skippings from St. John's. A very non-traditional uniform there.
Okay, as they now coming around, completing the first of 2 laps.
It's been an arduous day for these young ladies.
Yes.
This is their second day of competition. Them heading here into this last event in the octathlon. I could never say that word. That's one of those words I just cannot say. But it is the 7th event and the culminating event of this multi-event competition. So again, the person who wins this 800 does not necessarily mean that they've won the event. It is still a challenge for points that they're going after. All 4 bunching up right now at this point, coming around. Looking for them to come a little bit of a spurt coming after this 200. But again, these girls have put so much out on that field, pulling out ever so slightly. It looks like Trinity Pennerman from St. Augustine's College is out there. But you can almost feel the pain that they are going through. The 7th event for them over 2 days. And to come to run the 800. I always thought that it was an insult to the athletes to have them run the longest event at the last event, as the last event in this.
Have nothing left to
exactly
put in the tank. And now you're asked to do this 800 meters, which is actually 2 laps. Everything
tiring.
Everything on you is hurting. And now you're just trying to get to the finish line in order to finish and get as many points as you can and then determine the winner in this one. But it's a wonderful finish.
Kaylee Pratt from Sunland Baptist finding some energy to get pushed here. Her time will be somewhere around 2:45 low, I suspect. Still have to wait to see the points that she got. 2:45 exact. Not sure how many points that will get her in her overall standings, but still a really heart-wrenching effort from them to get out here to put it all out. Again, 7 events over 3 days.
And what a gesture just a moment ago. The both of them actually congratulating each other and talking to each other and coming off the field. They've been together competing against each other for such a very long time, so it's all worked out exceptionally well for them. And so you could tell the anguish that they're now going through. And then here you are, these young girls have done everything that they possibly do to compete. And now they're going to be ushered off the field without any consideration. No consideration at all. And one of the things that will not be a part of the Carifta Track and Field Championships is that they will not be handed any kind of liquid because of the anti-doping scenario that will be in place. The athlete will have to go to the container themselves, get the actual liquid that they require, open it themselves, and then...
And it will have to be closed.
And it must be closed.
It will be closed.
So that is something that you will not see during the Carifta Games, as again, that is one of the practices that they have as far as the international component is concerned when it comes to track and field. And so
they will be following
strict rules.
Strict water rules. The World Anti-Doping Authority, they will be using, and again, some of those who are selected randomly for a test aren't even allowed to drink until they have already done their due in the cup. And we think of it as something that's very simple, but there is so much technicality in that to go through all of that.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see. Now we're still at the high jump for the under 17 boys, St. Augustine's College.
Damian Bryce.
Making this one happen here, and again, we're now separating the cream from the milk. The cream comes at the top, the milk goes at the bottom.
But Damien has been out there for at least 2 minutes right now. You talked about the sun, and again, I'm not talking about the sun that they're experiencing now. They've already experienced the unadulterated sun sitting down in their, quote, rest time. To come back out and be waiting again is something that we're going to have to definitely address with having a covering and taking so much time at this point, because he does have a red flag through no fault of his own, but there is no protection out there to preserve his energy heading into. Nice shot there of the stadium, and I think that's almost indicative of how hot it is right now out here.
Yes, Mr. Sun is giving us something to think about. And now we get ready for the 1,500 meters in the octathlon. And these, again, we talked about the last event being that of a grueling event. This is the final event for them, and I know they're happy. They're going to be able to get out of here and be able to relax, hydrate, and get themselves back together. And I can imagine how they feel. For us sitting down, and now they're running up and down, should be interesting, and they're a very good jump there.
So he cleared, I think that was QC's, the QC competitor, Kenny Moxie. Damian Bryce also claimed the height. He was out there for a while. He eventually cleared. We're getting ready for the 1,500 for the octathlon for boys, their final event. Raheem Robinson from CC Sweeting, Donovan Samuels Jr. from CI Gibson, Joshua Johnson from St. George's, Cavell Ferguson from CI Gibson, Marco Carey from Sunland Baptist, Devilius Delva from Central Eleuthera, CR Walkers, Kyle Bain, Lovato DeVoe is competing unattached, Riano Todd from CR Walker, Brandon Hutchinson unattached, and Laquan Ellis running unattached, competing unattached, pardon me, as well.
Mind-boggling that you have to now run 3 3/4 laps. And on a Sunday afternoon, and Mother Nature is not giving you much, a little bit of a breeze, but not much of anything to brag about. But interesting enough, they're going to have themselves a wonderful time in finishing this one and seeing who can pick up some points. And then we'll be able to determine who our winner is going to be in this grueling event that they've had over 2 days. And coaches all giving instructions to their athletes in regards to making sure that they are able to stay on par and be able to pick up the points. And this is where training comes in, and you have to have a calendar where you've got to get out, you've got to do that 5-mile run every morning, you've got to then turn around in the afternoon and come back and you work on your specialties, and then those weak areas where you need to really begin to work on a lot. Your multi-event athletes, well, are normally basically very firm and physically
crazy. Use the right word. Crazy.
No.
Like they say in Eleuthera, crazy.
Physically structured, okay, for such an event. And you know, I'm surprised of the height of these. Normally, you're looking at taller frame athletes, but you know, the heart of a champion is something that you can't measure. And that's exactly what we're seeing here right now.
Joshua Johnson from a Jaguar from St. George's, taking this on very steadily out front, has about a 30 to 40 meter lead on the rest of the pack, but again, not quite sure where he fits in overall. But one of the shorter competitors taking the lead, they've cut down his lead just a little bit. But again, we still have 1 lap to go. Pardon me, 2 laps to go on 1 lap to that bell lap.
And be happy to
be finished.
To find a cool spot and to go from there. I also had an opportunity to take a look at some of the coaches' areas over there on the field where they have the tents that's set up for the athletes accordingly and to go from there. One of the things that needs to be looked at, especially over there, is having seating arrangements.
Yeah.
All right. I am not a fan of having our children sitting on the ground. That's utter foolishness. I pass by and there should be benches or some bleachers or something for these kids underneath those tents so that they'll be able to go from there. And the same thing will apply for the athletes who's going to be in those designated areas. What was done in Grand Bahama was that there was actually chairs and other apparatus available for the collegiate athletes. Same has to apply for the high school athletes if you're going to have those kinds of areas where they're going to gather. That's something that falls on the committee to make sure that that was in place. And it should have been in place. And I think they need to look at that and make sure that when they do this event again for the combined high school nationals and trials, they can make sure that our kids are given the same treatment that you'll be given during the Carifta Games.
So Rihanna Todd from C.R. Walker taking the lead right here in this 1500. Joshua Johnson still in the mix. Bell lap coming up. They're pushing out very strong. Getting eaten up again is Joshua Johnson, but it is Rihanna Todd out front for C.R. Walker, coming back from about 5th place back. Govis Delva also making a move there, but it is right now going to be all C.R. Walker's Rihanna Todd coming up on the 200-meter mark. There is going to be a late challenge as he hits just about that 200-meter mark. There is a late challenge coming around. But again, he's obviously pushing for points. Everybody is actually, but he is looking for points. The challenge still coming. This one coming strong again. It looks as if that's coming from C.I. Gibson's, Donovan Samuels. A push here. Everybody coming along on this one. And it looks like Kyle Bain will win this one. But again, it is not who wins, it's who gains the most number of points. And again, this, mentally, I don't know how these athletes do it. I used to watch Ken Mullings when he was at the University of the Bahamas. He always had a mental strength up until 1502. And you can see him releasing at that after he finishes that 1500 in the decathlon. That is difficult to maintain, difficult to go through. As you can see, the competitor there, I think that's Raheem Robinson.
1:03. That's Joshua. Just finished.
It's
finished.
It's
It is
finished,
over.
right?
And the intent is to get to the finish line. Come on, buddy. The clock's still running. You got to get points. You've got to get there. You learned from your mistake. And you were able to make some things
That's Marco
happen.
Carey from Sunland Baptist. I feel for you, buddy. The heat is out there. He will finish in the last position here in the 1500, but the very fact, not him, we still have one more out there. That was Brandon Hutchinson running unattached. We're talking here about Sunland Baptist's Marco Carey. The fact that he was able to go out there and compete over 2 days, 8 events, and able to finish is a feat unto itself. I promise you, as sure as night follows day, I could not do it. And the fact that he is able to go out there and do it is a massive statement by him on being able to understand really life. You start something, you finish something.
Absolutely.
That perseverance, and I think that he's definitely the epitome of perseverance here today, because he could have just said, I'm going to stop. I know I'm not going to win, qualify, what's not. But he persevered and continued running, and I think he should be commended for being able to finish such a grueling race in a grueling event.
It has been a very long 2 days for them in terms of the competition. And over there to the high jump, the under-17 boys tabernacle. There you go. It's just a matter of just getting loose and getting some jumps in and going from there. I know one of the concerns was, again, having the equipment under 14 boys javelin. I think that one's going to count.
So as we get ready to move into these long distance events and some of the field events still going on, we're going to bring in Bernard Newbold, the coach here in the Bahamas, coached internationally as well. Thank you for joining us, Bernard. Day two, you've heard some of our concerns. Do you think that these are things that the LOC is going to be looking at as we move forward?
Indeed, we're going to sit down and go through the things that we had here, because I also work a part of the LOC, responsibility for the athletes and talent relations. And so we'll sit down with the CEO and go through what's missing. And we pointed out one of the things, and we saw that where there's not enough seating for the athletes in the holding areas. So we'll get that corrected.
Get that correct. Tents for the athletes in the competition areas. That's also essential. And I'm looking at our young athletes. No hats, nothing, and just sitting out there and you're subject to the element. Yes, it is a cool day to some extent, but the advent of the wear and tear takes away from what you could possibly have done if you were in a more controlled area in terms of the conditions. High jumpers now. This is the showtime. These guys are really going at it. There you go. That's Keon Johnson. That's a good jump, and that's reason for celebrate. Something's happening here. There you go. Look like he may have made the qualifying mark. That could be a good one. And see how that works. We're now back on the track, and this is the 3,000 meters for the open women, the girls. And this is a race that folks dread running, but in this race is going to be Garwana Fernique of Northern Lutheran, Akea Lightborn of Sunland Baptist, Jamaica Woodside of St. Augustine's College, Yolanda Joseph of PJ Bethel High School, as well as Fertini Swan, also Grace Farrington of St. Andrews, C.C. Sweetings, Jorah Evans, Glenia Goodrich of C.I. Gibson, C.R. Walker's Rihanna Russell, and also Tasia Seymour of Kingsway Academy. 3,000 meters, open division. That's a lot of running for these young ladies, but then again, they're going to have to pace themselves and see how they're able to get around the track. It is good that we still have a cadre of distance runners. In the past, we have dwindled down by great means, especially with our female runners. And now, here we are with 10 female runners in running the 3,000 meters. Speaks to the coaches and also the athletes making a commitment, and that's something that's important.
Yes, when we look at the distance running, primarily there's no interest from the kids because they want to be in the glamour events.
Yeah.
But a lot of them have the ability and the talent to handle the distance events. And if the coaches would push them and present to them the opportunities that are there in the distance events, we'll see a lot better performances from our athletes in those events.
You know, the distance events are also a very, they could refer to a quiet event, because what I'm saying is that you're by yourself.
Right.
Okay, and there aren't anyone to help you, and you've got to get out there. You have to put in the road work. Okay, you've got to get out there in the morning, in the afternoon, and put in the road work and put in the distance and be consistent with it. And there has to be a program.
Yes.
That your coach have you on in terms of taking you through the rigors, making sure that you're able to maintain and also continually run in a manner that is going to be, one, beneficial in terms of not exerting you and allowing you to also peak and run at the same time. Okay, a Lightborn up front here, running and looking very comfortably here. And she's one of those new runners at the distance area that is really now coming into her own in Grand Bahama. She is one of those young runners who we've seen that have really just automatically come out of the field and made a presence in terms of the distance runners. And so we can see that's happening today also. Miss Sweeting is in this one as they come around the bend, and they've now 3 minutes, and so they've got quite a few more laps to go in terms of how this has gone. And Coach, you've been able to see how the event is going. I need you to explain to me to make me feel good. Why would you take the long jump over to the far side of the field where there's no one in the stands and everybody's on the western end of the stands? Explain that to me.
So they're making repairs over to the western stand here.
Okay.
And then what we found out is that we had 50 competitors, and in order to facilitate the flights, two flights, there are 4 pits on that side, the eastern side. So you have 2 pits go into the north, 2 pits to the south. And on the western side, we have one pit go into the north and 1 pit to the south. So you had to take it onto the back straightaway there.
I just wanted to hear it from you, because when I saw the condition there in front of the grandstand, and that has to be redone. I know that the Mundo service has to be redone. There's a lot of things that have happened in there between now and the Carifta Championships. And so I just to let you say it as far as what's happening on the far side of the field.
And it was an exciting competition over there. The athletes that were in the stands over there were highly engaged with the competitors jumping. We saw Jonathan Rogers hit the Carifta qualifying mark 7:32. Win legal jump at 0.7 meters per second. So that was entertaining over there this morning.
The number of qualifiers is going to be kind of interesting when we get into day 3. And I know the compilation has already started in terms of putting them in perspective. And so we're now seeing that the meet itself is reaping the benefits that you wanted to see, and we're seeing the kids are now getting that chance to qualify by having the combined event, and making the competition there more readable has worked out well.
Yes, but although the qualifiers that we're seeing basically repeat qualifiers, and so these athletes have qualified early in the season, and now they're coming to peak form, and they're attaining the qualification marks once again. And so we're looking for new qualifiers, and if we can get some more additional qualifiers, it'll be tremendous for Team Bahamas going into 2023 Carifta.
Absolutely. Akea Lightborn lapping the field here in the open girls 3,000 meters, and she is having herself an easy run. It's what you call a walk in the park, a little jog in the park, but she has had a steady rhythm here, a 6:09 thus far, as she's on the far side of the track.
All right, Kato, if we could go, Davina, if we could go to high jump, we've got some news going on over there. We had 5 competitors make the Carifta standard of 1.85 meters, which is about 6'1". Damian Bryce, Kenny Moxie, Kenyon Johnson, Joshua Williams, and Eris Pratt. All 5 of them have qualified. Damian Bryce and Johnson were behind as they had a miss, and then they were able to clear on their second at 1.85. Damian Bryce just cleared 1.87, which is 6 feet 1 3/4 just about. So he is now the leader and has the best qualifying standard so far for the Carifta trials. Here we see Johnson clearing it as well. So now we have 2 competitors who have cleared 1.87, surpassing the Carifta standard of 1.85, and surpassing anybody else who had been entered. Presumably all those who had been entered were those who had qualified. So Eris Pratt had cleared 1.85, had turned in a performance of 1.86, now sits in 3rd place overall in terms of qualifiers, because now Bryce and Johnson have cleared 6.187.
And here's Eris Pratt now on the runway, as he's now making a run here. Let's see what he does here. And there is
And he clears 187.
What a competition you have here in the high jump for the under-17 boys.
So now that's 3 who have qualified at 187.
And so now these guys, they're
jumping.
They're battling for those top 2 spots because now they all hit the standards, and so now the selection process is the top 2 will represent Team Bahamas. And so these guys now, at the end of this competition, whomever's the top 2 will automatically be the representatives for the Bahamas.
2 laps to go for Miss Lightbourne in the 3,000 meters. There is a vivid shot there, and here she is. She's now lapping the field over and over again. The consistency here, and she's running exceptionally well. It's very good for us to actually have somebody, because we have maybe one every 3-4 years when it comes to the distance. So anything above the 1,500 meters is a no-no for a lot of our athletes. But again, having the young lady here from Sunderland Baptist Academy running by herself, and she's had a steady pace consistently around the track. And the 3,000 is not an easy race. It's a lonely race, and you're all by yourself. Don't forget also the javelin for under-17 boys. That is also taking place right now. They have 2 flights in that, and so they're going through flight 1 and then flight 2. First flight has got some 15 athletes. The second flight, 13 athletes, and so they're now going to that as well. But also keep in mind, folks, that the shot put is also to take place a little bit later, and that is going to be for the under-17s as well. So there's still a lot of field events to go here this afternoon at the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium, the combined Carifta Trials and National High School Track and Field Championships. And it now come down to 1 lap for Arkea Lightbourne. And she has 1 lap. She's been given the bell lap, and she's ready to go. Beautiful sight there to see her come around. And she has really represented well. She's now passing the athletes in the high jump and beginning now to pick up the pace a bit as well. You can see that arms are moving a lot quicker and moving in the right direction. So she has really been outstanding. It's been a one-person race, and she has shown that she's able to duplicate what she did in Grand Bahama. And here she is doing it here at the Nationals and the Carifta Trials. Absolutely fantastic for her. And now she's in her final stretch, and here she comes, ladies and gentlemen. Arkea Lightbourne, Sunland Baptist Academy, the lone runner out front here in the open girls 3,000 meters. She's being cheered on by the fans here that come out for the afternoon session. And she's able to do so in grand style. 11 minutes, 11:18. Beautiful run there for Miss Lightbourne. Just a walk in the park, that's all it is. For the 3,000 meters. Beautiful run there for the young lady. And she can sit back and be comfortable. And again, the other athletes making their way around and trying to finish the competition over there in the under-17 javelin. C.I. Gibson still have 1 more lap to go.
And then when we look at Kia Lightbourne, she was just 3 seconds off the Carifta qualifying mark. The standard here is 11:15.63, and she was 11:18.
Absolutely.
So the selection committee has their hands full.
There you go. In order to verify and to see whether that is, she didn't make the standard. The lone runner out there by herself and getting through will be interesting to see exactly how that's going to work out. St. Augustine's College, they're still working on 2 laps to go. Also, keep in mind that from Grace Farrington from St. Andrews, She's still on the track. Here is the triple jump. This is the boys' triple jump.
And if I can chime in here on an update in terms of the seating for the athletes, our CEO, Mr. Lyndon Maycock, heard the cries here, and the seats are on the way for the athletes. And so we have them on the way. So we're
Yeah, I was a little concerned about that, and to make sure that we get that that happen. And so our kids have some means so that when they come back, come tomorrow, they wouldn't have to be concerned about having stuff laid all over the ground and they're trying to find towels to sit on, that kind of stuff. And so we'll see how that goes. The runner here from St. Augustine's College coming around, that is Jamaica Woodside. And also the high jump now, Eris Pratt. Now coming around, Eris Pratt clears it. So Eris Pratt is in the mix. And as they move up to the next height, that's a clean jump. So we've got two competitors that have actually cleared that height. And this is when things really begin to hurt. Here you are trying to compete in the 3,000, and they're now telling you that you're getting another lap. And now the competition still in the high jump. That's still going on. The athlete number 180.
Yeah. Yes,
that's 180. This is Glenera Goodridge of C.I. Gibson coming in from SAC. That is Jamaica Woodside. She has across the line, and she has finished. No, she's got one more lap to go. And also coming into camera view now at trying to see if she can finish off is Evans of C.C. Sweeting, and she will finish, and she is totally exhausted. What an incredible event that is. Now we go back to the high jump as they're now taking the...
They're just resetting the bar here.
They're resetting the bar, making sure that it is balance. And still going back around for her. Last lap is going to be Jamaica Woodside. She's got one lap to go in order to complete. And also coming in now from C.C. Sweeting. Absolutely. There you go. One more lap to go. They're still on the 3,000, and also still going on is the high jump. And that is for the under 17 boys.
And this is going to be the final attempt at this height.
Final attempt. Oh, boy, so he's out of the competition. But what a gallant effort that was. And Jay Philippe is standing by, and he's got the winner of the Open 3000. Jay, take it away.
Yes, Ricardo, congratulations to Kay Lightburn from Grand Bahama. You would have won the 1,500 meters yesterday and came back and won the 3,000 today in less than 24 hours. How were you able to accomplish that feat?
Well, after the 1,500 yesterday, I just gone to the hotel and relax and drink water and stretch to prepare for my 3,000 a day.
You mentioned preparing, you drank water, you stretched. What was your strategy as far as the race is concerned?
Well, my coach basically gave me a strategy and tell me make a certain time for each lap. So that's exactly what I did. And he was right on the backstretch cheering me on.
Were you pleased with your performance overall in the time that you would have run in the 3,000?
I mean, it could have been better, but I tried my best. And hopefully, when I train, my time will be better next time.
There you have it, Akea Lightburn from Grand Bahama, this year's national champion in the 1,500 and also the 3,000 in the open women's division. Back to you, Ricardo.
Thank you very much, Jay. Congratulations to the young lady from Sunland Baptist Academy who has worked diligently to get to this point. And again, the selection committee will look at her in terms of how she is going to compete under 17 boys triple jump. That is also one of the events that we're monitoring and watching at the hour. That's going on, and they've got some 20-odd competitors in that. And so we'll see how they're able to get in. And so a very full field. And also the javelin for the under 17 boys. That's another one that's going on at the hour. So they're doing some things over there. And so we can see that the competition, not getting the best throws that we can, but we're getting some pretty good throws over there with the boys under 17 javelin. 2 flights. Wow, that's going to be crazy, because that means that you got one flight out there now and another flight to follow. And so interesting enough, they're trying to get them out there one after another. And this is another good throw. There you go. Not the kind of distance you want, but is it javelin throwers? They tell me that if you can throw the baseball, you can throw the javelin.
Not so. Not so. Baseball tends to come outside on the pitch, and then the javelin throws come from through the elbow.
Over the top.
And so there's a little different discrepancies with it, but we tend to see some baseball players and pitchers will come and do it, but if you're a great pitcher, you won't come to javelin. The reason why I say that to you is that back in the day, in Nagua.
Back in the day?
Listen, man. Back in the day, in Nagua, and Eddie and Foxen coming looking for you. Back in the day, Nagua was known for its baseball players. And they, in turn, years ago, brought in a number of athletes from down there that were very proficient in throwing the javelin, and also in the discus as well. Because of one, I think their build and size and the way they're able to get the javelin out, and because, again, they play a lot of baseball in it. But that was just a thought that I had back then, but that's changed dramatically today.
Yes, and in the javelin here for the under 17 boys javelin, we see here the javelin throwers, some of them are 14-year-olds. And so when they eliminated the under 15 age group, those 14-year-olds went into the under 17s. So now they're throwing a heavier implement than they would have thrown under 14. And so that's the issue there. And you see these athletes celebrating, so it seems like they hit the Carifta qualifying mark. They're really excited about that.
That looks as if they were the octathlon competitors.
Yes.
But I want to carry us over real quick to high jump. We're in a little bit of a lull right now. 5 competitors went in at 1.89, which is about 6 feet 2.5 inches. Kenny Moxie from QC cleared it on his first attempt. Kenyon Johnson from Kingsway Academy cleared it on his first attempt. Joshua Williams from Tabernacle cleared it on his first attempt. And Eris Pratt from St. George's cleared it on his first attempt. Just to put it into perspective, again, the Carifta qualifier is 1.85. The national high school record is 1.9 meters. Damian Bryce from SAC, not even in this age division, just turning 15, missed all 3 attempts. Kenny Moxie there, number 11 for QC, is getting ready for his first attempt at 1.91 meters, which would be not only a Carifta qualifier, but a national high school record, and would put him in a serious spot to go after a Carifta medal as well. This is his first attempt. 4 competitors have got into 1.91, 6 feet 3.5 inches. And he does not clear on his first attempt. But it has been a very hot, long afternoon for them. They had to go through 21 competitors to whittle it down to 4. But again, 4 of them right now have surpassed the Carifta qualifier.
And I know
tough selection.
you mentioned the records, and I think there's some updating they haven't done to the records. They haven't carried the records over from the B3A's high school championships into the ministry's high school championships. And so when we think about high jumping records under 17, you go back to the Ricardo Jacks, who was jumping at this age, I believe it's like 6'6", 6'7". And so there may be some updates to what we see on those sheets here today.
So here, Joshua Williams from Tabernacle, 191. He clears and takes first place right now
Also on the track at the moment is the 3,000 meters under 17 boys. And out there running from St. John's, that is Chris Williams, looking very, very comfortable at this point. And he has run 10:26 already. So we'll see how he's able to maintain that pace. They are passing the javelin facilities. You have in this one a number of competitors. You have Chris Williams, Aaron Jones, Briance Pierre, Xavier Fernandez, Lawrence Burnside, Livingston Duncombe, also Dante Butler, Malcolm Menez, Lindsley Nissan, as well as Aiden Taylor, Aiden Bryan, and also Carmelo Knowles, Tamar Ambrista, Ethan Swan, Ross Martin, and also Chauncey Roberts. Here we go with the high jump.
Eris Pratt, St. George's, just too much for him to clear. He misses at 191. Puts him tied for second right now.
Four laps to go here in the 3,000 meters. Out front there was Chris Williams, and he now too having to be pushed a little bit. And what a race. 3,000 meters. Run from here to the airport.
These guys are looking for, they're looking for 9:55.15, which is the Carifta qualifying mark for this 3,000 meters. And so we're hoping that they would get under that mark, or at least break the 10-minute barrier.
But they're going to have to run and be smart. These two guys can push each other. See what happens here. 2:25, Ross Martin from C.R. Walker now taking the lead, as Mr. Williams is now dropping back. So Ross Martin, C.R. Walker now. He's got the lead. 3 laps to go there. The Giants, Christopher Williams in second place, sitting there, and also from C.R. Walker, Lashley Nissance. And so the field is spread out, and you can see now that Ross Martin is beginning simply to move, and so he's now taking the race by himself. And he's now opening his stride and looking very comfortable at this point. He's got some three-odd laps to go, so he needs to see if he can push and also try to find a qualifying time. The triple jump also going on as well. Here's an attempt now by St. George's, Eris Pratt.
His second attempt at 191. He's unable to clear. Kenny Moxie from QC also unable to clear his first attempt.
Under 17 triple jump. The young athletes trying to get their jumps in, and that's a legal jump there. Yeah, Ross Martin, C.R. Walker. I'm on the classic shades in the sun. You know, the advent of watching their athletes do the same thing. This is incredible. But he knows he's in the spotlight. He's got 2 laps to go, so he's want to make it happen. To the high jump, they are still moving quite well. The athletes also waiting until they pass as far as the 3,000. What a wonderful afternoon of track and field we've had here. We've seen the 400-meter hurdles. We've seen the multi-events as these athletes have competed. We do believe that 2 of our male components have made the qualifying mark. We're trying to get some clarification on that. And if we can get that and a word from them, we'll know exactly how they are faring at this time. But we're closing out the 3,000 meters. Mr. Ross Martin has got another lap to go. He will be given the bell lap when he comes around, and the other athletes will have an additional 2 to 3 laps to go.
And so if this crowd can push him on, I
Right.
think we might see him under that qualifying mark.
And he needs to
or
go
close
now.
to it.
He needs to go. He
Yes.
needs to pick up the pace as he will be given that bell lap. There he is, and he's now going into a sprint, and he knows good and well that he's going to have to go. And he's trying to get well under that 9:55 mark.
Yes, he'll have to break a minute in the last 400 here. If not, he would be right around 10:05, 10:06 finish time.
Well, let's see, 9:18, 9:20, and he's got to go. He needs to pick up the pace. He's got to really, really pick up the pace here. This has been a grueling race for him, I think, and now let's see if he can
Yes, he's turning it on.
bring it home. Making the team is in your hand, young man. He's got to bring it home, and he's got to bring it home at some speed. He's looked up at the board and looked at the time. It's going to be very close. No, he will not get under the 9-minute mark. 10:07.
So selection committee, they have their hands full. Because what we see there is 10:07, and that's him taking the lead.
That's right.
And from start to finish.
From start to and staying out front.
And so it's gonna be fun with the selection committee.
I want to be the fly on the wall, man. To go through and to hear how they're going to get this done, and they sprint to the finish as these guys have put in the laps in the 3,000 meters. What a race! You got to be Braveheart, or like they say, a brave at heart in order for you to compete at this level. Some of the other athletes have at least another 1 to 2 laps to go, and to go from there. But that's another thing, like you said, Coach, they'll have to look at, because we saw in the girls 3,000 was the same concept.
Yes.
Where having to run by yourself and to be able to time yourself, you're running against the clock, I understand it. But I do believe that with competition, you will find that that will bring that time down tremendously. But having to run by yourself is a very, very difficult thing. And then, too, you must look to the clock and then be able to run against the clock and understand where you are at all facets. And you'll find that as they started a little bit gingerly in terms of their start, but the actual finish was very, very strong. And as you can see here, St. Augustine's trying to get in there and finish off strong. St. Anne's athlete also looking to get to that finish line and complete this race. What a wonderful view of the stadium here as our athletes are completing and finishing the race. Okay.
And it's good.
I need to go ahead.
It's good to see these young kids here in the 3,000 meters, and you'll be shocked and surprised that some of them are actually 13, 14-year-olds. And so the future it's bright for us in distance running if we put our minds to it and invest into these kids.
I'm elated that we've seen this kind of productivity from our athletes in terms of that in the
Joshua Williams, Tabernacle Baptist, just now probably stamped his way onto the Carifta team, clears 1.92, 6'4". He was the only competitor to clear 1.91. Kenny Moxie and Eris Pratt both had 3 knockdowns. Kenyon Johnson from Kingsway opted to move on and pass to 1.92. Joshua Williams just cleared 1.92 and takes the lead in this competition. Johnson already has 1 knockdown, so that puts him at this point in 4th spot. He's going to need a clearance here to take over 2nd spot, as there is a tie for second between Pratt and Moxie, because even going back, they both have the same scorecard going back to the beginning.
Here we go.
Kenyon Johnson, Kingsway Academy. Comes in too hard.
Came in too hot. And again, his momentum took him forward, and you can see he's not happy with that particular performance at all. Finishing up the race here, the 3,000 meters. You have to finish so that you get an official time. You will be in the record book in regards to making sure. And there you go. The last competitor crosses the line. Jay Philippe standing by with a winner. Jay, take it away.
Yes, Cardo, I'm joined with Ross Martin from C.R. Walker, the Mighty Knights. He just won the 3,000 under-17 boys. Ross, walk us through that race. What was your strategy? How you felt about your overall performance?
I was just trying to take it one lap at a time. Try to reach a Carifta level. But, you know, we always get next year to try for the 15 and the 800. But it was a great race, and it was a lot of fun.
When you think about your name, the 2023 high school national champion, how does it make you feel?
It made me feel great because I never experienced this before. It's my first time being a champion, I'd say. So it's a new feeling, and it's a great feeling.
There you have it, Ross Martin, this year's 2023 high school national champion. Back to you, Ricardo and Chris.
I tell you what, Jay, he doesn't need to go to sleep just yet, because the selections committee will look at it. 9:55.15, the qualifying mark. He did 10:07 by himself, and so that's an option they can be looking at. And bottom line is, you're at home. There's no expense. You ain't got to go worry about travel and all that other stuff. Put the young man on the team so that when he gets back to school after Easter, the little chest he have, he could stick it out and walk around that I am a Carifta athlete, and uniforms and everything to prove. And I think that's something the committee has got to look at, is the fact that you're home and you can make some decisions that will change the life of these athletes here at the Nationals and also the Carifta Trials. And so, high jump complete.
We still have one competitor. Kenyon Johnson did have 3 knockdowns at 192. Joshua Williams had cleared 192, and it is not clear if he's going to continue to jump. It looks as if he's
finished.
Yeah, he is taking off his shoes, so he will be the winner and the presumable spot on the Carifta team. Kenny Moxie and Eris Pratt can make a very strong argument to be a part of that team, possibly, because as we go back, at least until 187, they were equal. So they do not have the scorecard beyond that. But right now, it is Joshua Williams who wins the event. Kenny Moxie from QC and Eris Pratt from St. George's finish presumably tied in second. So there's a lot to go through, waiting for the final results as they do countbacks. But a great event here. We had 5 competitors clear 187, which was beyond the Carifta qualifying mark. So a great high jump competition there for the under-17 boys. And just to point out, Damian Bryce, who made 187, is just turning 15 this year.
And he's a qualifier in the under-17 boys triple jump.
Triple jump as well.
I believe he'll be one of those competitors over there in the triple jump.
The triple jump.
So, yes.
Wow.
At just turning 15.
15, just turning 15.
Just turning 15.
Boy, that's incredible. Still going on. It's the triple jump that has taken place for under-17 boys, and also under-17 boys javelin has taken place as well. So the competition is ongoing. The track events are complete for the afternoon session here today. But again, the field events are still ongoing and very exciting, as these athletes are all, again, preparing to give it their best to see if they will be able to earn a spot on this year's Carifta team. There's the javelin throw. That one is pretty good. And the thing is, folks, there's two groups. of the...
Two big groups. Two big groups.
Two big groups of the under-17 boys javelin. And I tell you, even in the triple jump, we've got some 20 competitors. Zion Thompson, also Brendan Clare of Temple Christian, Mario Davis, A.F. Adderley, Jemiah Mortimer of Anatole Rogers, Gary Fitchbacher of Jack Hayward High School. You have Devon Davis of Queens College, Sac Damian Bryce, St. John's, Lynn Roberts, G. Singh of CV Bethel, Calvin and Bristow of CV Bethel, Queens College, Tayshan Taylor, Matthew Esteve of C.I. Walker, Sac has got Joshua Lockhart, Caden Hepburn of St. George's, C.I. Gibson, Ferdinand Jean Noel, Devano Altamere of C.I. Walker, Anthony Missick, Ricardo Johnson of Mangrove, Key Andros is in the competition, also Deshaun Dean, and there is also Jaden Cooper that's over there in the triple jump. And they're now they're making their way to see if they can also get themselves into the competition. Triple jump event under 17 boys. And that's a pretty good jump, right around the marker that they put there for the qualifiers. Can't tell you exactly what that jump is, as the apparatus is not available or being used that would give you the distance and the length of the jump by the jumpers. Again, they will all be in place for the Carifta Games. And so once they would put up the names and the numbers, you know exactly what they would have actually jumped. Here's the javelin, again, the under-17 boys. Good throw there.
No,
they said no, it did not break the surface. St. John's.
So, Coach Nubo, as being a part of the LOC, looking towards the Carifta Championships in under 2 weeks, are these things that we're talking about, the on-site notifications that are required by IAAF standards, are they going to be in place for Carifta? And shouldn't they be in place now if this is a test event?
Yeah, this should be in place. I think we just have to get the equipment out off the box and get them out here. A lot of the equipment have just arrived in, and we had a shipping delay with some of our equipment, and they just came in today. So they're now setting them up, and later today you'll see a lot of the equipment being set up. I know one of them coming from the nation's second city.
Oh, yeah.
So,
that ain't nothing to do with us.
And so we had
nothing to do with us.
Well, I just want us to be clear, is that I've spoken to some officials and asked, why aren't these implements being used? And they say they weren't given them. And I would assume, all fun and jokes aside, that this being a test event, we should be testing everything.
Yes.
And it seems a little, I don't want to say disingenuous to call it a test event if we aren't testing everything.
Yes. You know, there are delays, weather delays that happens, and when equipment are backlogged and shipping, we run into those issues. Just on Friday, we just received new equipment, and we just take them out of the box and run tests on those equipment. And so far, so good. The equipment that we're testing is going pretty well.
Well, I know you didn't get the high jump bed, because that's sitting in our stadium in New Providence, in Grand Bahama.
You're in New Providence now.
I know.
Back in the day, you couldn't. Never mind.
Yeah. Geographically, I'm having little issues. But much of the equipment that was sent down for the college event that we had was not dismantled after they would have finished the competition on that Saturday. And by Monday, have them all taken to the harbor, get them to the mail boat so that they would have been here on time and got them back, so you have them in place.
And we're having the same thing with shipping delays with the new equipment for this facility and the facility across the street. And so once we're hoping that those containers will be here in time for us to open the beds and let the beds out If not, we have the backup equipment that are coming from Grand Bahama, and we'll utilize those equipment if ours is not here in time, so that the athletes can compete fairly and well.
I am relatively terrified of one particular process. That is the streaming of information that is supposed to have been issued as we hear. We should have been here with the computers or tablets getting up-to-date information. We should not have to be worried about start list. That should be something that we would have had via the internet aspect and internet accessibility, so that we were able to get the results. Should have been live streamed, and so that all the media entities that's going to be here in the stadium would have got them on real time, because they will be sending information back, especially those little small entities that won't be carrying it or broadcasting it live, but they'll be sending information out, and the writers and whatnot to put stuff in perspective. That's going to be essential.
Currently, the results for this meet is being streamed. So we have the tech team. They have the website, techresults.net, where the results are live. And so fans and coaches can go on their device and be able to click on techresults.net, click on live results, and click the events, and the results will be there.
I guess once the communication sponsors get inside, they will provide the internet access and other stuff that's necessary for that to happen inside the stadium, because you're going to have coaches and other individuals who's going to be looking for information, and they will want to access it per their devices right here in real time. And so that's going to be one that has to be make sure that we have it inside, because as the Carifta games have gone in various countries, that's one of the major criteria that we've seen that they need. Because remember now, track and field fans are high tech.
Yes.
All right.
So right now,
they want to be on top of everything.
And in the stands there, you see the spectators. They don't have to come down for results. They can sit there in the stands, log on to the website, and click on live results and be able to see the results in real time.
What about the results on the field events? I know major events in the States and throughout the Caribbean do have live results from field events as they go on. I know that's always been a challenge for us here in the Bahamas. I know we will get the finished results for track pretty instantaneously once it's up and running. But what about the field events, where it does take sometimes up to 2 hours, 3 hours, days before the events are officially listed? Is that something that the committee is going to be looking at?
The committee is looking at everything straight across the board to make the meet efficient and effective. I think one of the things is the internet feed in the facility. And so once that is updated, up and rolling, the results from the field events, like how it's going on, we can see the results in real time on the devices. And so all of this stuff the committee is approaching and working on.
Here is Deshaun Dean of Tabernacle Academy, triple jump. Gets out a good jump. And there is some work that's going to be needed for the triple jumpers. And because most of these jumpers are hitting the pit and not just jumping, they're jumping and then dropping their hips, which is also causing them a decline in terms of the numbers, in terms of the jump distance, whereas they want to hit the actual pit in a more aggressive manner. All right, Jaden Cooper of St. John's, ready for his attempt. And the under-17 boys triple jump. Here we go. And he got a legal jump, and they will mark it for him. Most of these jumpers are all in the same bracket. They're not too far in terms of the actual jumps. So they're very close together that we've seen so far. But they're going to get their 3 opportunities, and they'll go again. The javelin still ongoing. Again, they've got 2 final flights. And they're trying to get everything in as they possibly can. from SAC. That was Kemard Farrington, I think that's the name. And he's over there trying to loosen up. Looks like they're into flight 2 of the competition. Flight 1 would have already thrown. Now it's flight 2. And that's not a legal throw. Lots of illegal throws by the athletes in the under 17 boys javelin. Beautiful shot here of our stadium in the city of New Providence. SAC with a legal throw. I don't know what the distance is, but Mr. Farrington has a very good throw there for the St. Augustine's College.
Glad you got that right.
That's all right. That is Andre Roll.
It's just called
to get that in.
No.
No, since we went on air, it has, and Mr. Chris Saunders has insisted that it be referred to as the St. Augustine's College, and we have had to
oblige.
Yes, we've had to oblige and make sure that we stay within context and to go from there. That's a no throw.
Is there, Coach Newell, is there any thought to some of the automated either distance measuring equipment or some of the, what's the word I want to use? I don't want to say robotic because they are remote controlled movers for shot put, javelin, discus, those type of things. Is that, I've been to meets where that is now the standard, where the shot put is not walked back. It is either put on a device that's rolled back or put on a cart that is remote controlled back. Same thing for the discus and the javelin. Is there any consideration locally for us to do that? And at the same time, thinking about the GPS or the automated measuring equipment where you just simply put it in as opposed to dragging a tape. And I think I've only seen them drag the tape out if they were looking at a record to double check on the electronic distance measuring. Is there any consideration for that, or is that in this package that's on its way?
No, so we have the EMDs right now, and so they're not utilizing the EMDs because of the number of flights. And so when we purchased those electronic measuring device, each one was purchased one for the high jump, one for the javelin, one for the shot put. And so now you have 2 flights of long jump going on. And so that means you have to take away the measuring device from one event to the other. And so to save time and to make the meet more efficient today, because of the large number of athletes participating, they had to utilize the quickest way to move the meet along.
Well, I would think that would be counterintuitive if the electronic measuring device is there for efficiency, as opposed to having pull a tape each time. And even if you're not going to use it on long jump, why would you not use it for discus and shot put and javelin?
Because of the number of competitors in the meet. And so when we're looking at the start list here, where you have up to 40 athletes competing and utilizing the device, it takes time to register the mark, put it in, as opposed to pulling the tape. It'll take you 20 seconds to read, as opposed to the device, which takes about 30 seconds to read. And so trying to...
So then what is the advantage of having the electronic measuring device if it takes longer than pulling a tape?
So the advantage of that device is to be able to ratify the records. So you can use that device or you can use a steel tape. And so whenever there's a record or standard achieved, the officials will come with a steel tape, the chief official, and verify the mark utilizing the steel tape.
All right, because I would, my thought process would be that the electronic device would be faster because you're not pulling a tape.
So they utilize the tested electronic device during the BISS, during the GSSA meet. And so those devices were tested and they are working and operational.
All right.
And so if you look back at the BISS, the GSSA, you would have seen that they were utilizing it then because of the numbers of athletes. It fits the Carifta profile in terms of 18 to 24 athletes. But when we're looking today, we have 30 to 50 athletes in the event.
50 some odd in some instances. But I do hope that the meet managers do put into a thought process of having the on-site identification of athletes and on-site identification of standards, because again, we don't know what's going on at high jump. We don't know what that mark was at long jump or whatever. So I hope we make sure that that's in place, not necessarily for media because we can get it, but for those in the stands to be able to recognize what's going on, especially for those events that are feel as if they are seen as second class. And I'm talking about field events where it's not the glamorous 100, but it is the really important triple jump where they don't have the attention on them.
Right, so the indicator boards, they have all been ordered, and all it is now just waiting on their arrival.
Okay, great, guys. Let's go to the medal presentations that's taking place as these athletes are receiving their medals and celebrate them for the competition that they've had here at the Thomas A. Robinson National Stadium.
You're a silver medalist representing Sunland Baptist, Kaylee Pratt. Our champion in the heptathlon girls, gold medalist representing Doris Johnson, total points 4,011. Carifta qualifier, Essence Sands. Medal ceremony for the 400 meters under 20 boys. Bronze medalist representing St. Augustine's College, Tumani Skinner. Silver medalist representing St. Anne's, Philip Gray. Our champion in the 400 meters under 20 boys, gold medalist representing St. Augustine's College with a time of 48.12 seconds, Clinton Luguer. Medal ceremony for the long jump under 17 girls. Collecting the silver medal representing Bishop Michael Eldon, Phoebe Thompson. Our champion in the long jump under 17 girls, gold medalist representing Queens College with a jump of 5.59 meters, Jemiah Nabi. medal ceremony for the octathlon boys. Bronze medalist representing unattached, Brandon Hutchinson, finishing with 4,485 points. Your silver medalist representing C.R. Walker Knights, Riano Todd. Total points, 4,683. He's our champion in the octathlon boys, gold medalist representing unattached, finishing with total points, 4,989, a Carifta qualifier, Lovato DeVoe. Medal ceremony for the shot put, under 17 boys. Bronze medalist representing Queens College Comets, Tristan King. Your silver medalist representing Queens College Comets, Jalen Stewart. Our champion in the shot put, under 17 boys, gold medalist representing St. Anne's Blue Waves with a throw of 13.13 meters, Ruben Bain. Medal ceremony for the 3,000 meters open girls. Bronze medalist representing St. Andrews Hurricanes, Grace Farrington. Silver medalist. Silver medalist representing St. Andrews Hurricanes, Grace Farrington. Our champion in the 3,000 meters open girls, gold medalist representing Sunland Baptist with a time of 11 minutes 18.52 seconds, Akea Lightborn. Silver medalist representing C.R. Walker, Rainier Russell. Medal ceremonies for the 3,000 meters under 17 boys. Bronze medalist representing Tabernacle, Aiden Bain. Silver medalist representing St. John's Giants, Christopher William Miners. our champion in the 3,000 meters under 17 boys, gold medalist representing C.R. Walker with a time of 10 minutes 6.69 seconds, Ross Martin. Medal ceremony for the discus under 14 girls. We apologize, there is a correction. Our medalist, bronze medalist, representing Preston Albury, Michaela Dorset. Silver medalist, representing Preston Albury, Aisha Petty. And our champion in the discus under 14 girls, the gold medalist, representing Queens College Comets, with a throw of 26.64 meters, was Tarjane Green. This was a correction to the discus under 14 girls. Congratulations to all of our medalists, Carifta qualifiers, and high school national record holders. Over to you, Denzel, for your update.
Well, we still have the triple jump going on, and this is for the under 17 boys. That is here in terms of the competition. They're trying to go through their final groupings. Also, they have completed the first flight of javelin throwers with under 17. They had 15 throwers in that flight. They've got another 13 throwers in flight 2 for that event. And then also keep in mind that we still do have the triple jump for the under 17 boys that is going on. And just in case you need to know, there are some 20 competitors in that particular event. And also the high jump for the under 14 boys is about to start. You have 4 competitors: Kristen McKinney of St. Augustine's College, Dwayne Capron of Temple Christian, also Tavia Saunders of SAC, and then there's Lovato Roll of St. John's. Those are the 4 as they are now prepared to jump. They're putting up the bar for them now. And then the javelin, they're still throwing the under 17 boys. I believe they would have completed flight 1. Looking to double check and see if they are now into flight 2. This is the high jump for under 14 boys from St. John's. Okay, Lovato Roll. So he gets over. Let's see who comes up next. And there's the javelin. 482. Okay, they're still into the first flight of the javelin. Can't understand that. They should have been finished with that.
I believe they would have probably combined both flights and run them the same time.
Yeah, I think that's what they're doing, because I'm seeing some of the athletes here in flight 2 that's incorporated into flight 1.
Yeah. So the officials look at the numbers and say, yeah, we can handle all of them.
I saw Brandon Russell of Ave Adley also name up there as well. And here is the triple jump for the under 17 boys from St. John's, Jaden Cooper. Not much height on that, but he's able to get to the pit. That makes it a qualifying jump. Up next should be Zion Thompson, if they go in the order. And then the javelin competition still ongoing. That's a good throw. And there is also a area that if it doesn't pass the white line, it is a no throw. And that's another thing, tabernacle. First phase good, second phase no, but it's still a legal jump. As far as the triple jump is concerned, Deshaun Dean was not pleased with his second phase. Going to the under 14 boys high jump, Temple Christian Dwayne Capron. And Mr. Lovato roll, relaxing. He's already cleared the height. Waiting now on Capron. See what he does here. Nope, that is a miss for Capron.
Just not able to get his legs over. He seemed like he had enough speed, just could not get his legs and his glutes over with enough power to clear the bar.
Yeah, he's bringing that head up to look at the bar as opposed to keeping that head back so that the hips can go over the bar.
And that's a good jump there. Going to the scissors.
Your favorite technique.
Yep. That's the way we used to jump, man. Don't go there.
You opened the door I was going to go through, but I digress. I digress to seniority.
That was the way. That's the only thing that was new to us. And then the advent of the Frostberry flop, that changed the entire complexity of the high jump. And I know we look for high jumps, you look for guys who can play basketball. And again, it all hinges on whether they can get up off that 1 foot or some guys can't walk and chew gum. And so they become a high jumper, that's very difficult. And so that's not going to happen. All right, triple jump still continuing on the runway. And it looks like that's going to be a legal jump. Yes, it is. Under 17 boys, triple jump. This is a very good feeder division. So that they can, you can basically pick, choose, and refuse some of these athletes in this area. Again, they are on the eastern side of the field. There are javelin throwers for the boys. Under 17 boys. They'll be here and until they get until the sun sets. Triple jump for you, Tabernacle. Tabernacle with 2 jumpers in this, Anthony Missick and also Mr. Deshaun Dean. And a very good jump there from the young man from Temple Christian, Dwayne Capron. So he listened to you and got that leg up and got it over. And you can tell he's happy with that. Triple jump competition.
Here's Damian again, Damian Bryce. So as Damian competes here in the triple jump, finished as a Carifta qualifier, but probably will not make the team for high jump. He's been doing well. We got a chance to speak to him earlier today we spoke with him, and we'll get to that a little bit later, but Damien has been having a spectacular meet. Again, qualifying galore in the under 17 boys high jump, and he's just turning 15 this year. So a lot of potential there from Damien.
He's turning 15 and competing in the under 17 division, where he will be a superstar next year. He's going to be a superstar, and that's one of the key components there. So that helps out well, and see how that's going to work out. St. John's, Jaden Cooper. I think this should be his final jump of the competition. And that may be it for him. Boy, what an experience we've had here today. Had a number of field events for you. We saw the under 17 boys high jump, which was actually spectacular. The girls long jump, they had 2 flights of that. And so that should tell you the kind of action out here. We're still with the triple jump for the under 17 boys, and still ongoing is the high jump. And that is for the under 14 boys, 4 competitors in that: Christian McKinney, Dwayne Capron, Tabor Saunders, and Lovato Roll. Under 17 boys triple jump. And that's a very good jump there for the athlete from Queens College. And they will mark it. He will abruptly feel pretty good about that. This should be the final round for these jumpers, as they began jumping very early in the competition. So they should be finalizing everything at this point, and that should be the last of the jumpers. There should be maybe 1 or 2 more left to jump, and they will be able to complete the process here today. They'll come back tomorrow with a full schedule of events starting early tomorrow morning at about 8:30, and then they'll be going into the final session at 3 tomorrow afternoon, and then the closing ceremonies here, which will conclude the National High School Track and Field Championships and the Carifta Trials. And then the fight begins as you get ready to name the team. Ooh. Oh, just didn't pull those legs over for Mr. Capron.
So I don't think
almost got it.
I don't think it's much of a fight when it comes to naming the team.
It's the team selection.
Qualifiers select themselves easily to the team. Once you qualify,
right.
you come to the trials, you finish in those top 2 spots.
That's never the problem.
And then we're at home. The maximum team size allowed is 80 athletes on the team. Okay. 76 athletes on the roster, 4 floaters, and those 4 floaters you can put them in any event you want. So that gives you the maximum of 80. And so I suspect that the Federation would look at the maximum and
obviously, yeah,
and put the best representation out there to represent the country, and go back to the statistics of the athletes and see how the athletes are performing, have performed during the early part of the season, and how they're performing this later part of this early season, and then select based upon that and the results from this trial. So it should be quite an easy process. But I think what happens is we overthink things too much, rather than just looking at what's in front of us, which is that those statistics, they speak for itself.
Yeah, because I know at one point, many moons ago, there's would be some drag down over the top.
I think Coach Newbold is underplaying something. Qualifiers qualify themselves. Yes, come here and finish 1, 2. Yes, those are the easy ones. Oh, Chris ran the Carifta qualifier of 9.54. He finished first. Bam, where he's on the team. That's not the problem. The problem is there were 4 persons who got very close to the Carifta time in the 800. Do we put 2 in the 800 and 2 in the 15? Which 2 do we put where? That's where what you talk about, the breakdown comes down, in that there's the fight for athletes to be in whichever event. Do we put them in 2 events? Do we put them in 1? Do we utilize 1 athlete that will be in 4 events? How do we do it? That's where the friendly discussion comes in terms of selecting the team. Those who qualify, that's the easy one. You come in and already said, well, we've already picked 38 because they're qualified.
Well,
The next, what was it? Let me do my quick maths. The next 42 is where the problem comes in.
well, it becomes because you
Spirited.
have a maximum of 80 athletes. You have to maximize
Yes.
who you have. And so when you look at the 800 and you look at the athlete performances being closer to the standard in the 800, then you go to the 1500, and those athletes from the 800 finish, let's say, 3rd and 4th in the 1500. Then there are 2 athletes in the 1500 that went 1-2, but their performances are not close to the standard. And so it's an easy thing to take those 2 800 runners, because they're closer to the standard, put them in, and have them run 800
again,
1500.
That's not a specific scenario that I'm thinking of. I'm just saying that's the type of scenario that is that is challenging to the selection committee with their spirited discussions that occur because of that. Because again, it is clear, it's not clear cut, and I have to make a holistic decision on an athlete. And that's where, and again, I wouldn't want to be in that room because it is so.
But who was going to be in the room?
Well, it's not going to be me. I promise you that.
When I sat as the statistician for the B3A, so the statistician chairs the selection meeting. So currently, right now, the B3A doesn't have the position of a statistician, but they have the vice president of technical operations. And so the vice president of technical operations will sit as a chair in that meeting, and the president will select members of the track and field fraternity to sit in there with the technical vice president of technical operations to select the Carifta team. And so the selection process is the easy process. The process becomes the ratification, where coaches now come into the ratification and say, what about John Doe? What about Jean Doe? Did you look at John Doe's stats? Did you look at Jean Doe's stats? So it's an easy process for the selection committee to select the team. But then the ratification
of the team
is where
when the coaches get the list of who was selected, and then that's when the
Why
fight
wasn't
began.
Chris Saunders on this? Why Chris? Right? Chris came 3rd in the 1, the 2, the 4, the 4x1. He come 3rd. Why he ain't on this team? That's what it's gonna become.
Yes.
That's what it is. It's going to be a fight to the finish. Under 15, under 14 boys in the high jump. I think they're determining now what the next height will be. There is only 1 competitor left in this competition, and that is from St. John's, and that's Leonardo Roll, and he's looking at what he wants to do, and so he'll make that decision shortly. Exactly. Still a few more jumps to go in the triple jump for the under 17 boys, but again, I think most of those guys have gone through the jumps, and you can see the Tabby's athletes taking off their shoes, so there's maybe only about 1 or 2 more jumps to go. And so we're just about at the end of the meet, as many of the fans are still here and still looking at the high jumping for the boys. And there he goes. He gets it over. So he's now going up to the next height. The only competitor left. He's won the under 14 high jump, and that is Leonardo Roll, and that's of St. John's. So he's done exceptionally well. And here's another St. John's athlete in the triple jump.
Ooh.
Oh, and that's not a legal jump. And so that one will not count. And so they will call the next jumper. I believe, from the way they have the listings for the actual triple jump, he should have been the last one, but I think what's over there, no. I think there's two more jumpers. They may have had an issue in terms of getting their jumps in.
I'm wondering if they have entered the final.
I think that's where we may be at this point.
That's why we're
this
looking.
round?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, to be the final jumps.
Again, this is where having the on-site notifications would come into play, or even the electronic results to be able to follow along.
Yeah, that's Devon Davis, who also just jumped a minute ago from Queens College. And here we are with the high jump. Instructions are being given.
That's Coach James
James
Roll.
Roll.
Yeah.
You can't be given instructions with a cup of ice cream, man. Come on, Coach.
James is not the competitor.
Coach, but that still ain't right.
Actually, I'm thinking, James, can you? I was going to ask James to bring me.
It's been a hot day, and you're in front of me eating ice cream.
That's your motivation to hurry up and clear.
I guess he says, if you clear this, I'll give you one. Okay.
I think James may know what he's doing. He's one of our few. I always confuse. Which one is the top level? Level 1?
Level
three.
level
five.
Level 5.
He's one of our level 5 coaches here in the Bahamas. So I think he may know just a little bit what he's doing.
Bribery will get you everywhere.
Well, if he brings it, he may be bribing him.
Yeah, his coach Ryan Ingram, Olympian Ryan Ingram, world championship finalist in the high jump. So we have excellent coaches here at home, and so athletes at home, they can trust the coaches here, and even the athletes abroad who train abroad, if they want to come back at home, they can trust our coaches at home to guide and steer them on the pro circuit.
Absolutely. Fantastic, man. And again, still waiting now for the jump here for Mr. Roll, who has already jumped 1.55, and so we're waiting for the clearance.
He's still waiting on the white flag at this point.
In terms of that, yep, the officials had lunch, and now they are moving too slow.
Ricardo Lightboard, R-I-C-A-R-D-O.
Agreed.
You know, it's funny that a lot of people don't realize that our officials here, they are all volunteers. You know, they're not paid for the services that they rendered, and they're out here all day, out in the sun, as we saw felt the conditions today. And these officials, they were out here all day, and ensuring that this meet runs smoothly, ensuring that every competitor has an opportunity to compete. And so hats off to Ms. Val Camp, who's the president of BAAA, and her officials.
Yeah, Val brought everybody from Grand Bahama. And some people who I know she should have leave home, but she bring them anyhow.
Again, for everybody listening, R-I-C-A-R-D-O.
Here's the javelin, folks, under 17 boys, as they too now are going through the final phases of their competition. They're up at the northern end of the stadium, still going through the ruckers. Many of the jumps, many of the throws have not been measurable, unqualified, because they've not gotten outside of the sector, and some that have not really gone anywhere near the measurable area, but still have a number of athletes that's over there looking for their opportunity to actually say that they are the high school javelin champion for the under 17 boys, and we'll see how that works out.
And as you can see there, right under those double white tents there, that's the EMD, the electronic measuring device that they're utilizing here. And so they're pulling the tape as well as using the device. As you
right,
can see
the young lady have the
stick, the measurement stick,
in the hand. So we can see her there. So they are now using the device and making sure that it is correctly put in place. That's not going to get down. And no, that's not a legal throw. So the under 17s are having a difficult time in getting the javelins out. And then too, keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that they are throwing into the wind.
Yes.
And so that too has another effect on the javelin. And for some of these younger guys, it's a difficult task to throw that larger instrument. Okay, and that's a legal throw. And the instrument here.
Oh.
No, and That's the second miss there for Mr. Rule, as he is not moving to the bar. He's just going up and coming down instead of moving up and moving over and going through.
And I believe he's probably 12 or 13 years old in this division. And so those earlier jumps are now taking a toll on those legs of his.
That's another concern with these athletes, as young as they are, and putting too much on their bones and their body early down the road could be not advantageous, but very dangerous in terms of their development in the long run. So that's another concern that they should be looking at. I know for a fact, especially in the high schools in the Florida region and high school over there, there are a lot of rigid rules and regulations about what these young people can and cannot do. So many events, and then also making sure that they get past a physical before they can compete. And that's one of the key, that's one of the next component that the high schools need to incorporate, that our kids need to have a physical before they are allowed to compete. And I think that has to be done.
And the meet organizers here, they put a cap on the events that an individual athlete can do, which is 3 events. And so it's either 2 field, 1 track, or 2 track, 1 field. And so they put that excludes relays. And so those athletes, once they're competing in 2 track, 1 field, 2 field, 1 track, can go ahead and compete in the relay events.
Absolutely, so that's pretty good. But what I'm saying is I'd like to see in the schools, like I know you have up here, 4 different PE groups? Sports groups?
You have the BAISS, which is the private schools, government schools under GSSA, the Government Secondary School Sporting Association. Small schools are also included in their own separate organization, which are those smaller schools that don't have the facilities necessary to be a part of BAISS. I'm not quite sure what the 4th division would be, but I think we definitely have 3. I don't think there's 4, but again, I think to your point, there needs to be some sort of universal standard, like in the United States. There is UIL that governs everything in high school in terms of what happens, regardless of it being a parochial school, government school, private school, charter school. There is a governing set of regulations that must be followed. And I think it's time for us to think about having that in the high schools and primary schools, where there is some sort of governance. And again, it's not meant to be restrictive, but more so protective of the kids.
And I had the opportunity to coach high schools in Thomas Aquinas in Hammond, Louisiana. And it's being a part of the Louisiana High School Sports Athletic Association, State Athletic Association, which is LHSAA. And they have some stringent rules in there. And like Chris said, the rules are meant to protect the student athletes as well as protect the coaches. And so those rules, we ought to look at rules across that the U.S. uses and see which ones we can adopt and create our own rules that governs all high school sporting events, whether it's track and field, basketball, swimming, whatever it is, and that we are all on one accord. And so when athletes compete, they know that at a high school competition,
This is what is expected.
This is what is expected, especially the attire. When you come out here, you see athletes wearing tights. One of the rules, you have to wear pants or short, running shorts.
Undergarments.
Or if you're wearing the tights, you have to wear shorts over those tights. And I believe that BISS has that rule in place. But outside of BISS, that rule
goes away.
It goes away. And you travel the United States, you see short pants straight across the board. And then BISS, they have the same rules, and then everything just goes away. So if we could come on one accord, I think the high school system would move smoothly, especially sports during each part of the season, where what is a fall sport, what is a spring sport.
Absolutely, and I thought that would be very much appropriate in order to protect these young people here. as you see these young fellas, and they're in the under 17 javelin. You can see the young man there's no more than about 14 years old in that regard. So he has to be protected, and he has to understand there is a dress code, some things that you have to keep in place, and so that there's some uniformity in terms of whatever happens, and everything will move in the upward division, and everybody will be protected. Yeah. See, one thing is in America, you will get sued. You need to have liability insurance. Yes. You mess around and many of these kids get hurt, and they get hurt in an unorthodox way, you will be in a whole lot of trouble, okay? And so, you know, and then also the footwear and all that other stuff has to be uniformed, and has to be a legal pair of shoes.
Yeah, when there's some meets that you go to, high school and collegiate meets in the United States that you go to, that they look at your cleats. They look at your spikes to make sure you're using the correct spikes in terms of size, in terms of dimensions, in terms of sometimes you can use the pyramids, sometimes you cannot. So they identify that this implement, these shoes have passed standard, and they have a notation on it.
Yeah, it's called a spike check, where the athletes come to the gate, to the spike check area, and the spikes are checked to make sure that it's appropriate for this surface.
Facility.
This surface requires a 1/4 inch, and then you have some athletes with a 1/8 and larger spikes that it's tearing up the track, and then and if those spikes gets jammed into the mat, they can hurt themselves.
And then also for uniformity, because if I'm running with a certain spike and you're running with a different spike, your spike may give you an advantage not intended by the rules, and that's what they're looking to protect for.
And that's it. And the javelin's still ongoing, folks. It's the final event left here today, and the only event we have left for you. And we have completed much of the events. And these young people want to all get their throws in before the lights all go out tonight, and then come back tomorrow as they will begin the final day of competition here in the National High School Track and Field Championships and the Carifta Trials. It's been a wonderful 2 days of competition so far with a number of qualifiers, and then come tomorrow, the last opportunity for many of these athletes to get that qualifying mark. I am going to be sitting there on pins and needles for the 200s, because that's going to be outstanding tomorrow. And again, the relays should be interesting to see how the schools are able to put those into effect. And so tomorrow will be another very exciting day for the athletes that have come from around the country to participate here in the Nationals and Carifta Trials.
And a lot still on the line for tomorrow with those relays. The support, it's still in place. The support for Penn.
Yes.
So the winning relay teams get support for Penn, for the Penn relays in Philadelphia, which is a spectacular meet. You compete and you see how a meet is run. There's an efficiency at that meet because there are so many events going on, so many competitors, and they move it like clockwork. And for them to experience that is a great experience for our athletes. So hopefully that's a push for them tomorrow in the 4x1s and 4x4s. And again, that adding some excitement. That's a trip on the line. That's a trip on the line for those athletes. So again, we still are in the under 17 boys javelin throw. I think we saw Kesmond Farrington from SAC getting ready to throw. Not sure how many more are going here.
In terms of that, I think these are the finals. This is the final group here. So they're into the final throws. And you could see the casualness. These guys sitting there like, you know, they had a basketball game, man. They're not competing. Everyone's having conversation. Everyone's talking. Everyone's enjoying themselves and sitting back and relaxing and staying pretty calm. Some of the coaches over there giving some instructions to their athletes in terms of what they want them to do. And that's one of the key points that you'll find now is with the athletes here is the fact that the coaches will be in their ears 24/7 and giving them the inspiration that they need in order for them to be able to perform and to get the best out of their athletes as they possibly can. You can see there's some conversation going on there now with, I guess, the final round of the throws to determine how they're going to best do that. See, this is where the fight comes in when the coaches them get involved. Y'all keep it up. Y'all keep it up. Y'all better go to the Defense Force Base to hold that meeting. Better go to the Defense Force Base. Let them hold that meeting for you and go from there. So there is a bit of a delay with the finals of the final round, the final throws of the athletes here in the under-17 javelin. Still waiting for them to get this out of the way so these young people can play BMES there. You also have St. John's. You've got the Sunland. So all the athletes sitting there waiting and trying to see if they can get a throw off with the officials. Okay. They need to just forget that electronic device and let's go with the tape so we can get out.
I'm not even sure what the holdup is.
I believe that the coach was protesting something. So that was the chief official he approached just now. So when the coach had walked out there, he was talking to the chief official of that event.
What could be the protest? And as you can see, the coach is still on the sideline. Okay, so we're ready now.
We have a white flag now.
Didn't clear the line, so that's not going to be measurable.
So the javelin had a tail strike there. The tail of the javelin touched the ground first.
Let's see what the next thrower here has to add to his competition from SAC.
That's Kesmond Farrington. So not quite sure if they are in the final round where there are only 8 competitors.
I think what they have done is because of the number of flights and athletes in the flights, they have taken 12 to the finals.
Okay.
As opposed to the traditional 8.
8, okay.
Yep. BMES.
So I think this is Vincent Pinder from BMES. Decent distance, but I don't think they will mark it. It didn't have a face-on strike, so I don't think that they will mark that.
That's not gonna, that's not a legal throw. See if we can get a number on the road to 50 shirt.
I guess he participated in the road race.
Yeah.
Looks like Devontae Tucker from Arthurtown High School making the final here. I think that I saw Calvin McIntosh from Sunland Baptist.
Yeah, he's there.
He's
gonna be
next.
throwing next.
Yes. And then it looks like behind him from Sister Mary Patricia, Dayton Moxie, both from Grand Bahama.
Yep, from Sister Mary Patricia Russell.
An interesting technique, and it will not make the mark.
And one of the things I see here with these kids in the javelins, like coaches just signed them up, and so let's see if we can get some points in this event as opposed to teaching these kids the proper usage of the javelin, because it is very dangerous if these kids aren't releasing it properly.
Dayton Moxie here.
That's not
It's
going to get
thick,
marked
but
either.
it's not going to be.
Nope, it's not out of
measured.
the qualifying area. Well, I know one thing for sure. This official is catching the javelin. Won't have to worry about getting an exercise program. Because he's been having himself a wonderful time running up and down. I think this was Andre
Roll. Not quite sure what Andre was able to do there.
Well, it's not marked.
And it's not going to be marked. So either it didn't strike or it didn't make past the mark. So still here in the under 17 boys. Final round of presumably 12. And if they have ranked them and sorted them traditionally as we go deeper into the lineup, it would be a better competitor because of their previous throw.
That's Ferdinand Jean Noel.
From C.I. Gibson?
Yep.
Yeah, from C.I. Gibson.
Ferdinand Jean Noel. He got a pretty good throw.
Close to the edge of the vector, so pretty decent throw there.
Man, I'm like that little fly on the wall. I'd like to actually know the distance on that throw.
He got a very good throw there.
And it's a very good throw.
Okay, the officials are now moving to the side. He should now get a white flag to throw. And Jean Noel will have a little word with his coach. That did not qualify. Okay.
Gotta wait for the white flag guy.
Man, he ready to go.
I think that's Benjamin Coley from Kingsway. Just double check if he can spin around.
Is it 497?
Is it 497?
I'm not too sure of the number. Yep,
Yeah,
497. It's Kendall Turner they have here. Okay, illegal. That's illegal. That's illegal. You threw that one too far. And they're marking it for him, so it is a legal throw for the
legal
young man.
throw for him, yeah.
Final event here in day 2 of the Carifta Trials and the National High School Track and Field Championships.
Some weird foot.
This is Terrence Winder. Terrence Winder of R.N. Gomez.
did not make past the mark.
So that's not a good throw there.
Ashton Moxie from QC. He's got the red flag right now. I think they want to clear the vector.
Waiting until the official gets back in place, who's running the javelin back and forth.
So it struck, yeah.
It did break the surface.
I think that's Ian Conliffe from St. Anne's.
Yep. That's Ian Conliffe. So we're down to the last throws. The final event here in day 2. The Carifta Trials of the National High School Track and Field Championships. Lots of events earlier. Medal presentations. St. Augustine's College. Barrington. There you go.
Can mark that.
Put him in the weight room so he can deal with launching the apparatus. And he will be just fine. Oh, I did get a phone call from from Ernie Barr.
I'm shocked and surprised.
In regards to Aaron. And so I want to congratulate Ernie in terms of what he has done in terms of helping and making sure that his little girl is able to achieve what she has at this point on her Carifta team again. And so she's ready and will be very, very confident. And especially being at home. And that's going to be great. You guys are going to have to put Ernie in a corner, handcuff him to the seat, because he's going to be rambunctious and it's going to be all over the place.
Up next is
he's going to be going to throw.
Up next is Devontae Turner from Arthurtown High School, and you're talking about the competition that will be coming. I understand that ticket sales have been robust, to say the least. Some sections have already sold out for all 3 days. So that bodes well for what we expect in the stands come that Easter holiday. For some reason, I don't know, I may be going out on a limb here. I think we may hear goatskin drums in the stands. I don't know. I may make that prediction.
It is a tradition, not a prediction. It is a tradition, okay? And now that you're home, okay?
You have a whole, right here, this whole section here.
That's it.
On the southern side will be the goatskin drum area.
There you go. We'll be rocking like crazy here. It's going to be a wonderful experience. So for those of you who have not gotten your tickets, you need to do so ASAP so that you will have a seat here in the stadium and be able to enjoy the competition, as the Caribbean best will be coming here to go up against our kids who have worked very hard over the last 2 days and one more day to go in order to solidify a spot on our Carifta team and also represent their schools.
Yep.
In that vein as well.
And hopefully we don't have people, our late Bahamians who come to the gate asking for tickets. and the stadium is sold out.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
I forget that.
So those
Y'all better have some extra tickets.
Y'all better throw hope over there in the pool and tell Philippe fly swim and go down the road, because if you know very well, and the organizers need to understand that at the last minute, when the opening ceremony start, they're going to be out there carrying on bad, and you're going to need every defense force officer in the Bahamas to stand out there near the gate and to get them people from around that particular ticket. You know that.
Because when that ticket agent leaves the gate and says, we're sold out, that's what she can do.
All right, Coach Newbold, thank you very much. I don't want to cut you off. We are going to step away on live coverage on the ZNS network as we break for the National Report, the weekend edition. We will continue streaming live on the Carifta 50 page that is available. We will continue streaming on that. If you were looking for us on the ZNS app, we will not be there. That will be news, the weekend edition. We will continue streaming on the Carifta 50th Facebook page. So thank you so much for those of you who are stepping away as we switch over for the National Report, the weekend edition. We will play back whatever is going on now when the weekend edition is complete. So stay tuned. Even if you miss it online, we will be playing back in a time delay after the weekend edition, the National Report, the weekend edition. So you won't miss anything if you are on the app or you are watching us live over the air or on your cable system.
Good throw there. So the guys are now all up and about and all getting loose, and they know, realizing now that they're just about almost complete with the competition. Would have loved to have be able to get from the officials well up there in the northern end of the stadium exactly what the distances are for the javelin competition, but it looks as if they are complete. I see the officials are now beginning to roll up the tape, so it looks like this one is over. There you go. So these young men have all performed. Now it's a matter of tabulating it and going from there. What a wonderful day that we've had out here. So the final event is concluded as the athletes are now putting on their sweatsuits, and they're doing what they have to do in order to call it a day. And that should be our calling card to call it a day. So we should be ready to rock and roll. So they're done. Chris Saunders did not qualify for the javelin. And so he's going to be in trouble. How he will explain that when he gets home, that's not my business.
All right, so we're wrapping up here, like we said, day 2, finishing up with the under-17 boys javelin. Coach Newbold, thank you so much for taking your time out with us here, going through those 3,000s, those long events, and giving us some insight into the selection and to the planning of the LOC and how they look forward to that. So thank you so much for that. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. You're watching live coverage of the 2023 Carifta Trials and National High School Championships, brought to you by the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Culture.